Welcome to While We Were Distracted, the podcast where we explore topics that often get overshadowed in the rush of daily life.
And what are the responsibilities of the Chief Technology Officer?
It sort of changes over time, but over the course of the time I've been at Microsoft, I'm responsible for making sure that our long-term technology strategy makes sense to help all of the divisions inside of Microsoft coordinate and make sure that we're not missing anything critical that we need to be working on.
Now, in that role, Mr. Scott, who do you report to?
To Satya Nadella, the CEO.
And when did you join Microsoft?
January of 2017.
And if you could briefly explain to the jury what you did before that.
I was the Senior Vice President of Engineering and Operations at LinkedIn. And prior to that, I had been at Google, and I was actually Google twice before the IPO, and I left to do a startup that then Google acquired.
Have you worked in technology your entire career?
Yes, in the industry or in academia.
And if you could just explain where you grew up, Mr. Scott.
I grew up in a little town in rural central Virginia called Gladys.
All right. After you joined Microsoft in 2017, did you do anything to assess its capabilities relating to artificial intelligence?
I did.
And what did you do?
Sort of a complicated process, but I reviewed most of the research that we were doing inside of the company and our engineering efforts around AI.
And what was the state of competition relating to AI at that time?
It was pretty intense on the research front, and it was getting more intense. Some really interesting things were happening in the development of AI and like some pretty big changes happening.
Yeah, if you could briefly explain those.
Yeah, so when I was an early employee at Google, the way that you built AI systems is you train them to do one specific thing. Like one of the things that I worked on was building systems to predict the likelihood of you clicking on an ad. And so that system was only good for predicting the likelihood of whether someone was going to click on an ad. You couldn't tell it to summarize your emails or to go write some code. And so what was happening by 2017 is that...
We're good, Your Honor.
Okay. We're streaming, and sometimes there are problems with audio.
Okay.
So, but keep going. Thank you.
So one of the things that was beginning to happen in 2017 is a set of research breakthroughs that allowed AI systems to be trained once and to be useful for lots of different things that on the surface wouldn't seem connected to one another, like what I just described a minute ago, a thing that could write code and summarize your emails.
All right, Mr. Scott, let me ask you about OpenAI. When did you first learn about it?
I can't recall. It was probably along with everyone else reading about it in the news.
All right. Let me turn to your personal involvement with OpenAI when you're at Microsoft. If I could direct you to the March 2018 timeframe.
Yes.
What do you recall about OpenAI approaching Microsoft at that time?
So OpenAI had been a Microsoft Azure customer. They had been using our cloud computing to do some of their research prior to me joining Microsoft. We had given them a bunch of discounted compute credits that had expired, and they had left Microsoft Azure and gone to Google. And they approached us in, if I'm recalling correctly, March of 2018, interested in trying to do another deal with us.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 230, PX 230, which has been previously admitted, Your Honor. And Mr. Scott, if we could begin with the email at the bottom of page 2 from Mr. Tanzer on March 7, 2018.
Yes.
You also have it in the binder in front of you. Do you see that?
I do.
And who is Mr. Tanzer?
Mr. Tanzer was an executive in the Azure organization whose job was to help customers doing high performance computing on Azure.
And Mr. Scott, I noticed that you're not on this original email. Do you have any understanding of how it gets to you?
I think Satya must have added me to the email asking for my advice.
And if I could direct you to the email, do you have an understanding from Mr. Tanzer's email what OpenAI was planning to discuss with Mr. Nadella?
Yeah, I think at this point, and it's certainly been true before, but one of OpenAI's primary focuses was on trying to attain more compute. So they had determined that the only way to achieve their mission was to have more and more compute for training their models, and they were approaching us to try to figure out if there was some way we would be interested in helping them get more compute.
And if I could just ask Jesse to highlight the second paragraph beginning they are planning. You see that, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
And what did you understand they were planning to discuss with Mr. Nadella?
Well, nothing more than what was in this email, which was they had an idea about how they could do some commercialization of their technology that would make it possible for a for-profit company like Microsoft to invest in them.
All right, Mr. Scott, if we could go to your email from March 7th, 11:42 p.m. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
All right. And in your email, this is after you've been forwarded the chain, you write, one of the big questions I would have for him, and that's Sam, right?
Yes.
Is whether or not they intend to make the hardware and software open source in the original spirit of OpenAI. Do you see that?
I do.
Mr. Scott, why did you raise the question about open source?
Well, my primary focus at the time was assessing Microsoft's capabilities in AI and what our competitive position was. And we were behind Google at this point in time. OpenAI was also behind Google, and they had just recently abandoned Azure to switch to a competitor. And I was worried that we were going to get into a conversation with them that was going to be a big distraction for us. So I was asking a set of questions to see whether or not they even had permission to have the conversation that they wanted to have.
And at this time in March 2018, did you have any understanding of whether OpenAI was releasing their technology open source?
No, I didn't.
You then go on to write, I wonder if the big OpenAI donors are aware of these plans. Ideologically, I can't imagine that they funded an open effort to concentrate ML talent so that they could then go build a closed for-profit thing on its back. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. Scott, why did you write that?
Because I thought it was a reasonable question to ask, given the vague awareness I had of what was happening at OpenAI.
And when you referenced in your email the big OpenAI donors, were you thinking of anyone in particular?
Yeah, it was primarily my friend Reid Hoffman, who was the chairman and co-founder of LinkedIn. He was the only one of the OpenAI donors that I actually knew.
And why were you thinking of Reid?
Just because Reid. Well, for a couple of reasons, actually. So Reid would have been like one of the people who could potentially answer this question about his own concerns.
And were you thinking of anyone else besides Reid?
I wasn't.
Were you thinking about Mr. Musk?
No.
Did you know he was a donor to OpenAI?
I did.
Have you ever met Mr. Musk?
I haven't.
Did you have any understanding of Mr. Musk's involvement in OpenAI at this time, March 2018?
I'm not exactly sure. I knew his involvement had changed over time, but at this point in time, I don't remember whether I knew that he was involved or not involved, other than he'd been a donor and one of the co-founders.
So aside from the fact that he had been a donor and one of the co-founders, did you know anything regarding Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI?
No, I did not.
And did you ever discuss Mr. Musk's donations with anyone from OpenAI?
I didn't.
Or with Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Anyone else?
No.
At the time you wrote this email in March of 2018, how close was Microsoft to agreeing to partner with OpenAI?
Quite far away. In fact, my assumption when I wrote this email is that we would not be doing a partnership with them.
All right, we can take that down. Let's talk about what happens next, Mr. Scott. And if we could pull up Exhibit MDX 1598. Your Honor, this has been stipulated by the parties. Do you have that in front of you?
Uh,
1598, Mr. Scott.
Gotcha. 1 second. Yep, got it.
Okay. And the subject line of this email is summary of meeting with OpenAI on AGI. This is an email that you send on March 19, 2018. What was the purpose of this email?
Yeah, I've had a handful of conversations around not just OpenAI, but sort of the state of AI in general. I had chatted with Satya a little bit, and I chatted with Reed. Reed, often for folks who don't know, is like one of the most successful investors in Silicon Valley. And he not only had relationships with the OpenAI folks, but with folks at Google DeepMind and with a bunch of researchers and entrepreneurs who were building AI systems. And so like I met with him to compare his general notes of how he was seeing the overall AI landscape.
And this was just a couple of weeks after that prior email?
Yeah. Actually, it may not have even been that long, like a week maybe.
All right. Did Reed express any concerns to your understanding with the commercial venture OpenAI was proposing?
No.
Did you have any sense of how much money OpenAI might need to pursue this activity?
The thing that they were saying at the time is they needed about $5 billion to pursue this thing called AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, which was their big research thrust.
And was Microsoft ready to commit to a partnership with OpenAI at this time?
No.
All right. Mr. Scott, if I could focus you on the last paragraph of the email. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you could just read that aloud.
Yep. I'm going to reach out to Sam this week to see how we could best get some of our questions answered. We most certainly don't have enough right now to say whether or not we'd like to be part of the consortium that Sam is building. And if we did, figuring out the terms of a partnership IMO will be quite challenging.
All right. And Mr. Scott, did you speak with Sam as you said you would?
I did.
All right. You can take that down. Thank you. Let's talk about what you did next. So after raising these questions in March 2018 and having discussions with Mr. Altman, what happens between Microsoft and OpenAI over the next few months?
We weren't really having any serious conversations. I visited OpenAI in May of 2018. I came up to San Francisco. I live in Los Gatos in the South Bay. So I came up to San Francisco and visited OpenAI. They showed me a bunch of the things that they were working on. Really, really impressive research, but still, we were quite far away from wanting to partner with them again.
And did what you were learning about their technology relate in any way to what you were doing at Microsoft?
It did, but they were working on a fairly broad set of stuff. So some things that they were working on were pretty relevant, and some things that they were working on, like playing video games, and they had this really cool demo of a single-handed robot that could solve a Rubik's Cube that they trained. Super interesting from a research perspective, but not a interesting thing for us commercially.
All right. After you learn a little bit more about their technology, what happens next?
Not an awful lot. I'm primarily preoccupied with trying to figure out our AI strategy, which was a little bit all over the place at the time. And Google was continuing to make very, very rapid progress. So I don't think, aside from that meeting that we had with them in May, we were chatting with them much.
All right. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Altman in November of 2018?
I do.
All right. If you could put up DX 1516, please. Your Honor, this is stipulated, but it has not yet been moved into evidence.
And submitted.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, this is an email that you write on November 9, 2018 to Mr. Nadella. What were you sharing with him?
So I'd had dinner with Sam Altman and with a gentleman named Craig Mundy, who was a retired Microsoft executive who was advising us on a bunch of things, including our Silicon program at the time. and was also advising OpenAI, or advising Sam. And so we had dinner together, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, at Flea Street Cafe in Menlo Park. Yeah, I was just describing some of what I learned about OpenAI's recent activity, because I hadn't had an update in a while from them, to Satya.
And could you share a little bit more with the jury about what you learned about OpenAI's commercialization plans?
So they were in the process, when we had this dinner, raising a $500 million round. They'd already done a first close of the round, which means that they had secured commitments for part of the $500 million, and they were going to do a second close of the round in December. Reid Hoffman was going to join the board and was making a significant investment to the $500 million round. And Sam, who had been president of Y Combinator, was going to join full-time as the head of OpenAI. And I also learned at this point that they had put a new corporate structure in place that would create a capped profit commercial entity to help them commercialize some of their technology, and gave them a way to raise a bunch of capital to pay for the compute program that their research needed.
Mr. Scott, why was it significant that they had investors? Why were you sharing that with Mr. Nadella?
Yeah, I think all along, one of my primary concerns is, they were saying that they needed to have access to a lot of compute, and being able to pay for the compute is pretty important. The things that they wanted, and ultimately that we helped them do, were very capital intensive projects, like building giant data centers full of very expensive computers and networks. And so just, having some kind of serious financial commitment from third parties saying, we believe in the path that they're on, was very persuasive.
And what was the significance to you of learning about their governance structure that you just described?
Well, it would make it possible, for instance, for us to invest in them. We don't make multi-billion-dollar investments in nonprofits. We're not a charitable grant writing organization. So the fact that their nonprofit board had approved a for-profit structure, actually gave us some, nominal ability to invest in them.
And did you learn anything about how OpenAI contemplated payouts to investors?
Just very, very briefly. So they had come up with a thing I'd never heard of before, which is this capped capped return. So when you made an investment in this capped profit entity, you were assigned a multiple, and if they exceeded certain revenue levels, you would get paid out at whatever that pre-negotiated multiple was.
And Mr. Scott, were you or anyone from Microsoft involved in establishing this corporate structure that you just described?
No, I never. I first learned of it at this dinner, and it was surprising and interesting to me. I've never, just from a structure perspective, I'd never seen anything like it before.
And same question regarding this payout and the caps. Any involvement by you or Microsoft?
No.
All right. By this point, did Microsoft have the answers it needed to consider moving forward with partnership?
No, we still had a substantial amount of diligence we needed to do.
All right. So this is November 2018. Let's fast forward to March 2019, Mr. Scott. If you could put up MDX 1600, Your Honor, stipulated exhibit that we would request to move into evidence.
It's a minute.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, what is exhibit 1600?
So this is a memo that I wrote to Microsoft's board of directors, trying to explain what the competitive state of AI was in the spring of 2019. preparing them for one of two realities. At this point, like my judgment was we either needed to do a partnership with OpenAI or someone like them, and someone like them didn't exist. So it was like OpenAI, or we were going to have to make a substantial set of investments ourselves to change how we were developing AI.
So this is about 4 months after your dinner with Mr. Altman that we were just looking at.
Yes.
What had occurred in that 4-month period?
We had done some more technical diligence. They were making a bunch of like really ambitious claims about where they thought the direction of AI was going. They had developed this thing called scaling laws that basically said that the AI systems were going to become more capable and more powerful the more compute and the more data you had available to train them. And they had established a couple of experimental proof points that showed that their predictions about the scaling laws were accurate, which was super persuasive. And so like we were looking into those claims and looking at the capability of their research team and just getting ourselves convinced that that they were going to be able to pursue and deliver on this ambition they had. It's sort of hard to imagine at this point, given where AI has gotten, but like this was all before GPT-3, it was before Chat GPT, it was before like these remarkable things that are happening right now. And so most of the people at Microsoft were very skeptical about whether or not all of these claims were going to materialize into reality.
Now, near the bottom of the first page of your memo, there's some bullet points describing what you say is a possible commercial partnership with OpenAI. If I could just ask you to briefly summarize what the first bullet is explaining.
Yeah, so the first bullet is, and this was my primary concern at the time, is Microsoft is one of the major cloud computing companies. So we build infrastructure that we then sell to other people to run their workloads. And the thing that we didn't have as of the writing of this memo was what I would call a frontier AI workload. So we didn't have anyone on the Azure platform doing something at the same level of ambition as Google. And the problem with that is we didn't have visibility about how those workloads were pushing the infrastructure so that we knew what the right things were to build. And Google had a frontier workload, and they were building proprietary chips and proprietary networks and like building this vertically integrated stack and getting very good results. And I was really anxious about how blind we were at that point in time, just from our own ability to build infrastructure.
And briefly, if you could just explain what the second bullet is suggesting.
So this is that we were going to go take the learnings and the partnership with OpenAI if we decided to actually form a partnership with them and use that partnership to design supercomputers for training AI models. And they were just very different sorts of computers than what we had been building.
Can you just explain that briefly, what a supercomputer is?
Yeah, so the first supercomputer that we built for OpenAI after the deal was closed, it took about 6 months to build and was 10,000 GPUs assembled together with a very high performance network. And so this was a computer occupying a big chunk of one of our data centers, dedicated entirely to one customer, and not just that, but dedicating to like one program effectively that customer was running on it. So the difference between that and a normal, what we've been doing in Azure up to that point was like we were building these computers that would run thousands of different workloads. So we would have a data center where someone's, multiplayer video game backend was using some of our computers, and we would have someone's HR systems using some of the computers, and someone's, CRM software. And so all of those things were running together simultaneously in this big environment we built. And like what that needs is very different from what AI training needs.
So this supercomputer that you are describing, contemplating building for OpenAI, how does it compare to the Azure credits that were being provided to OpenAI back in 2016 and 2017?
Yeah, super, super different. So the credits that we provided to OpenAI before I was CTO at Microsoft were being used to just rent ordinary Azure compute. Some of that were GPUs, like they were GPU virtual machines, but that you sort of had to take them as is. For instance, one of the important things when you're running one of these AI programs is you want a lot of GPUs physically together so that they can be on the same fast network. And the way that they were buying them before, like they weren't guaranteed that they were going to actually be together on the same fast network. And the type of network they were on wasn't nearly as fast as the networks that we built for these big dedicated single purpose supercomputers.
All right, Mr. Scott, if I could just direct you to page 6 of your memo, the last page there. You see that final paragraph? It says, management's investigation of the opportunity is in its earliest phase and further diligence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What were you saying there?
I was saying that that this whole memo was just sort of a heads up to the board because we were potentially proposing a very big thing, and we wanted them to be aware that we were doing this investigation, but we still had a lot of work to go do at this point. Like there was still some technical diligence we needed to go do. Like for instance, they were asking for a very specific sort of supercomputer, and like we had to convince ourselves that we understood what they were asking for and that we were going to be able to build it as quickly as they wanted it built. And then like there was just a huge amount of diligence that still had to happen on financial terms, governance, like legal concerns. Like all of those things were outside of my domain. So like somebody needed to actually go get on those.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Just briefly, looking back to your March 2019 proposal to Microsoft's board, how would you describe the results for Microsoft over these past 7 years?
Well, we ultimately concluded our diligence. We made an investment in the OpenAI for-profit entity. We, within 6 months of closing the deal, delivered their first AI supercomputer that we built together. And that supercomputer was where the final bits of GPT-3 were trained, which was a landmark result. And, I think, depending on whose opinions you like to listen to, it was like the state-of-the-art AI result that year. And I think it just got more successful from that point forward. Certainly this hypothesis that I had that if we had a frontier workload and a like highly ambitious frontier AI partner pushing us on building infrastructure, that we would build better infrastructure. That's certainly been true. Like I'm very proud of our infrastructure capabilities. And like also like very proud of what we've been able to enable OpenAI to go do in terms of both their research and the products that they're shipping to the world.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. No further questions.
Thanks.
Morning, Mr. Scott.
Morning.
How many billions in revenue has Microsoft made from the OpenAI relationship as of today?
I don't know.
Is it more than 9 billion?
I don't know.
You're the chief technology officer who is responsible for the investment, but you're not sure how much billion in revenue Microsoft has made from your project?
Yeah, I'm not the chief financial officer. I don't know.
Okay. You testified that you did not have any understanding of whether OpenAI was releasing their technology open source at the time you were considering an investment in 2018, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to show the witness PX 229, which is admitted.
Can, Binder? Yeah. Go ahead.
And I'll direct you to the bottom of page 2 and top of page 3, this email from January 11th.
So do you have a copy for him?
May I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Which one is this?
259.
$229.
Oh, 229 is not in the binder.
Oh, it is a impeachment, Your Honor. And so it's not in the direct binder, for which I apologize. We do have it on the screen, and I believe we have a hard copy we can pull.
All right, so what's the question? And you need to show, well, what's the question?
Yes, Mr. Scott, do you see that you're on this email from...
If I could have a hard copy, that would, I'm sorry, like I've had a couple of eye surgeries, like reading screen is a little bit hard.
You may approach.
Thank you.
So I'm looking at the email on page 2, the bottom, from Eric Horvitz, Thursday, January 11th at 2:37 a.m. Do you see that that email is sent to you?
Yes.
And then if I could direct you to the top of page 3, there are 2 arrows. By the second arrow, it states overall. I can't tell what research they're doing and how, if shared with us, it could help us get ahead. We are following OpenAI's research. I'm happy to report that they have been sharing their work openly per their basic tenet, RE Open.
Yes.
So you received that email,
I did.
and that was prior to your consideration of a deal with Microsoft.
Yes.
Mr. Scott, you also testified about your question. I wonder if the big OpenAI donors are aware of these plans. Ideologically, I can't imagine that they funded an open effort to concentrate ML talent so that they could then go build a closed for-profit thing on its back, right?
Yes.
And you testified that Reid Hoffman was one of those donors.
Yes.
He was on Microsoft's board as well as OpenAI's board, right?
Yes.
In 2018, when you were deciding whether to invest, you reviewed the governance structure for OpenAI's new for-profit entity, right? New for-profit entity?
Yeah, I didn't review the governance structure beyond hearing what Sam had proposed at that dinner and relaying it to Satya.
Sure. At that dinner, you learned that OpenAI's nonprofit board would control the for-profit. Isn't that right? And you also learned about how an investment in the OpenAI for-profit would be structured, right?
Yes.
You understood that Microsoft and other investors in 2019 would get the right to a fixed capped return, right?
Yes.
In fact, OpenAI warned that investors may not get back any profits at all, right?
Yes.
And after your review, Microsoft was satisfied that the investment, as structured, would not violate OpenAI's nonprofit mission, right?
After we completed all of our diligence, I think we concluded that the nonprofit OpenAI board approved the for-profit structure.
And so Microsoft was satisfied that as structured, the deal would not violate OpenAI's nonprofit mission, right?
We were satisfied that we were able to invest in the for-profit company.
And so you did.
And so we did.
You invested in 2019 and 2021?
Yes.
You received a fixed capped return for each of those investments?
Yeah, yes.
In August of 2021, you told Altman that OpenAI should.
Objection outside the scope.
Was he on your witness list as well?
No, but this goes to the partnership and the 7-year span that he's testified to in terms of the results. In August of 2021, you told Sam Altman that OpenAI should target $100 million in revenue, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's outside the scope.
Well, it appears to be, but answer that question. Let's see. I'll give you a little bit of leeway there.
Thank you.
So you want me to answer, Your Honor? No.
I'd like to refresh the witness's recollection and show the witness only PX 451.
I don't have 451.
Yeah, I don't have 451.
Your Honor, this is outside the scope.
I understand it may be outside the scope. So I'm trying not to do a sidebar here. You may approach.
Thank you.
Your copy is done.
And where do you want him to look?
Under Kevin Sam one-on-one, 30th August 2021. Kevin Sam one-on-one, 30th August 2021. That's the title of the document. And then I'd like to direct you to the text below, particularly the part that says Kevin's mind.
All right. The question is, does this refresh your recollection?
Sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear you.
Does
Does
this
this refresh your recollection?
No, I've never told Sam that he needed to hit a $100 million target.
Does it refresh your recollection that you suggested $100 million would be an appropriate revenue goal for OpenAI?
Yeah, look, I don't remember this conversation at all. I think I've told a whole bunch of people at Microsoft over time that if you are thinking about something that is going to contribute to Microsoft growth, like things over $100 million a year and run rate are kind of the minimum bar. I wasn't telling him he needed a $100 million run rate on anything.
Sure, but that number was conveyed to him, right?
Right. I guess.
Later that year, Microsoft was concerned that if Microsoft increased its total investment in OpenAI by too much, Microsoft would be effectively owning OpenAI. Isn't that right?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
I don't know.
You don't recall Microsoft's concern that if it invested another $2 billion, it would be effectively owning OpenAI?
I don't.
Okay, I'd like to refresh the witness's recollection with P.
Getting outside the scope.
Okay.
So let's move on.
Sure. Mr. Scott, you've testified that significant diligence was done before Microsoft entered into the deals with OpenAI,
Yes.
and that included legal diligence.
Yes.
But Microsoft didn't do legal diligence for compliance with nonprofit law, did it?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
I would like to show the witness PX 271. It's not yet admitted. It is in the binder.
Your Honor, object outside the scope.
Well, you talked about diligence, so let's hear the question.
Mr. Scott, you see that you were copied on a memo from senior leadership team. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I admit and publish this exhibit?
Is there an objection?
There is, Your Honor. This is the date is the basis of the objection, Your Honor, given my exam.
Response?
It's related to the diligence and the 7-year partnership to which Mr. Scott testified, including the significant legal diligence that he stated was conducted.
He only talked about the 2 earlier periods, sustained.
Mr. Scott, is it right that you don't recall any legal diligence being done for compliance with nonprofit law?
I don't recall.
Through its investment, Microsoft had major decision rights over OpenAI, right?
Objection, scope, Your Honor.
Decision rights over OpenAI, which came as part of the first investment to which Mr. Scott has testified.
Well, he's CTO, so he's testified as to the first part. You can answer if you know from the relevant time period that you testified.
Mr. Scott, you understood that Microsoft had major decision rights over OpenAI.
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't know that OpenAI could not make major decisions without Microsoft's approval?
I don't know which major decisions you're talking about.
As defined in the agreement that Microsoft entered into with OpenAI?
Which version of the agreement?
All of them.
I'm only familiar with a few of the agreements. You'd have to be more specific.
No further questions. Thank you.
OpenAI defendants, any? All right. Any redirect?
A couple questions. Mr. Scott, were you or your team involved in any of the legal diligence?
No.
Do you know who at Microsoft was?
John Tenter, Mike Wetter, Amy Hood, and folks on Brad Smith's team.
No further questions. Thank you.
Hang on that one question.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, nothing from OpenAI? Sir, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, Microsoft calls Michael or Mike Wetter.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm. Please say I do or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
Yes, Michael Wetter, W-E-T-T-E-R.
Good morning, sir. If you'll move up just a little bit to the mic so it'll catch your voice. Thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor, may I have Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Morning. I'm Mike Wetter.
And what is your current role at Microsoft?
Yes, I lead our corporate development team at Microsoft.
How long have you been in that role?
I've been in the current role for about 5 years.
And you've been at Microsoft.
Yeah, I joined our corporate development team in 2007, so about 19 years.
And what does corporate development do?
Yeah, our team is responsible for leading the investment and acquisition processes for Microsoft globally. That includes, each step in our end-to-end process, everything from the analysis and evaluations and materials we produce to our confirmatory due diligence, all of the agreement review, drafting, and negotiations, which we partner with our legal teams on.
And before you joined Microsoft, what did you do professionally?
Yeah, I worked here across the bay in San Francisco at JP Morgan in their technology acquisitions team.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about your involvement with OpenAI. When did you first become involved with it?
Yeah, my engagement started in 2020 as we were preparing for our 2021 investment in the OpenAI for profit entity.
And was there anyone from corporate development who was involved with OpenAI before you got involved in 2020?
Yes, prior to my engagement, Mark Brown, who previously led our corporate development team, led the 2019 investment in partnership.
And when you got involved in 2020, did you do anything to familiarize yourself with what had happened in that earlier investment?
Yeah, as we were kicking off that process for the 2021 investment, Mark was preparing to leave Microsoft for another opportunity. He brought me up to speed across all of the materials, our prior evaluation, the OpenAI operating structure, all of the key agreements and key deal terms. Also introduced me to the team that was leading the partnership, as well as our internal and external legal teams.
And after this handoff from Mr. Brown, what were your specific responsibilities regarding OpenAI?
Yes, so my responsibility included that 2021 investment, leading that process, as well as the 2023 and each subsequent investment that we've made in OpenAI.
Mr. Wetter, did you do anything to specifically familiarize yourself with the due diligence materials that Microsoft reviewed in connection with the 2019 OpenAI investment?
Yes, as part of my role serving as Microsoft's corporate representative for this case, I reviewed all the 2019 due diligence materials. I also had a familiarity with the materials in the OpenAI operating structure from our subsequent investments.
All right, before we get to the specifics of that due diligence, if you could just explain to the jury approximately how many transactions corporate development team at Microsoft has been involved in over the past decade.
Yeah, we partner with a number of leaders and teams across Microsoft. We've done over 100 transactions, including acquisitions and investments, in aggregate value, well over $100 billion. These range from small startup investments all the way to larger scale investments like what we've done with OpenAI. It also includes acquisitions of small startups where we add unique talent and technology to Microsoft, as well as larger scale acquisitions like LinkedIn or Minecraft.
Mr. Wetter, maybe you could explain to the jury what due diligence means in the context of these acquisitions that you're describing.
Yeah, due diligence is really our opportunity to learn more about the business, the technology, prior to entering into an agreement with a potential partner.
And what's the purpose of conducting due diligence?
Yeah, I would say, 3 key phases. One would be, confirming our understanding of the business and technology, like I said. 2 would be kind of validating the company's in good standing, understanding its obligations or encumbrances that it may have. And then number 3, identifying key risks and potential remediation plans as appropriate.
Does Microsoft have a standard process for conducting due diligence on potential investments?
Yeah, we have a well-established, structured process. A number of functional leads get involved in our due diligence and or subject matter experts to lead different components of that diligence. It typically is a 30 to 45 day period, depending on the situation. And it's between when we've originally agreed on a framework for a deal and the final agreement.
And who is typically involved in that process?
Yeah, we have a team, like I said, from functional leads. So that could be corporate development leading that process, but bringing in folks from our finance team, our technology and engineering teams, legal teams, accounting, tax, etc.
And beyond these internal folks that you've just identified, does Microsoft use any external consultants or counsel in this process?
Yeah, we typically do bring in external legal support or law firms to support our due diligence. Normally, that'll be an individual leading from a corporate perspective, as well as subject matter experts. Could be for intellectual property or tax.
And do you have any understanding of how Microsoft's due diligence process compares with that of other companies?
We do try and benchmark our process with our outside legal firms. Our understanding is it's quite comprehensive. If anything, the feedback we get is we could probably streamline it.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the due diligence that Microsoft conducted before partnering with OpenAI. And remind us, please, who was involved in the due diligence process in 2019?
Yeah, so Mark Brown led the 2019 due diligence process with support from our finance team, tax team, clearly our engineering team led by Kevin Scott, and our legal teams.
And to your understanding, did that process follow Microsoft's general process?
Yes, my understanding is it did.
Okay. Mr. Wetter, you have a binder in front of you.
I do.
And if I could just ask you to look through a number of the exhibits. Exhibit 24, Exhibit 222, both of which have been previously admitted, Your Honor. 1531, which is stipulated. 1532, 1534, 1601, 1602, 1603, and 1604. Do you see those, Mr. Wetter?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, all of those are stipulated?
There have been.
You recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're all materials from our 2019 due diligence process.
All right. Mr. Wetter, did you help prepare a demonstrative based on these exhibits to help explain the due diligence that was conducted by Microsoft?
Yes.
If you could put up MDDX3, please. And Mr. Wetter, what does this show?
Shows some of the key categories across our corporate due diligence that we engaged with OpenAI on.
And if you could just briefly explain to the jury what these different categories refer to or represent, please.
You bet. In addition to the technical diligence that was led by our engineering team, this was the corporate diligence, including the corporate formation documents and legal documents for both the OpenAI nonprofit, for the for-profit, the underlying legal agreements on how the two collaborated together, board actions, written consents, charters and bylaws. We reviewed financial statements, including income statements and balance sheets, tax filings and tax applications, and then a capitalization table for the investors that were involved at the time.
Did Microsoft's due diligence include reviewing any emails or texts or other communications relating to the founding of OpenAI?
We did not review any emails or texts as part of our due diligence process.
Why not?
It's not part of our confirmatory diligence process. Our focus is on the final agreements and the documents, legal documents.
Any estimate of how many pages, how many documents we're talking about here?
Yeah, across these categories, it was hundreds of pages.
I think you said, Mr. Wetter, that Microsoft reviewed materials relating to the nonprofit as well as the for-profit.
Yes, we did.
What was the reason for reviewing materials relating to the nonprofit?
Yeah, we understood we were entering into the agreement with the for-profit, and it was the entity that was pursuing development of the IP as well as commercial activities at that point in time. That said, we needed to understand the...
Objection, Your Honor. He doesn't have personal knowledge of this.
So lack of foundation?
Yes, lack of foundation.
All right, lay foundation.
Your Honor, Mr. Wetter explained. I'll ask Mr. Wetter. Mr. Wetter, can you just remind the jury of your role in familiarizing yourself with the 2019 due diligence?
Yes. So as my role as the corporate representative for Microsoft, I reviewed all of our 2019 due diligence, and I have familiarity based on our investments in 2021 and 2023.
It's a 36 reference.
Yes, he is.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wetter, you recall being deposed in this case?
I do.
All right. And some of that you weren't here, but some of that deposition testimony was played in court earlier in the trial, and you had testified about some of the language in the nonprofit certificate of incorporation.
That's right.
And you're familiar with that language?
Yes.
And given that, how was it that Microsoft entered into partnership with OpenAI?
Yes. So we understood the nonprofit and the nonprofit's charter. That said, we entered into our agreement with the for-profit entity. Our understanding was the for-profit entity was formed and approved by the nonprofit's board in order to engage in these activities.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled.
He's speaking to his understanding.
Overruled.
Mr. Wetter, I'd like to ask about a few of the specific documents that were part of the due diligence that was done in 2019. If you could put up Exhibit 222, please. Mr. Wetter, you recall this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is OpenAI's tax exemption application to the IRS from September of 2016.
And was it one of the documents that Microsoft reviewed as part of its 2019 due diligence into OpenAI?
Yes, it was.
And if I could ask you to turn to page 9 of Exhibit 222, can you just explain to the jury what this is?
Yeah, as I mentioned, this was their IRS tax exempt application from September of 2016.
And if you could turn to page 12 of the application, you see question number 8A there.
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what that is asking?
Yes, it's asking if OpenAI had any leases, contracts, loans, or other agreements with any officers, directors, or trustees of OpenAI, both written and oral arrangements.
And what is the answer to that question on the application?
It is yes.
All right, let's turn to page 44 of the application. And is this the answer to question 8?
It is.
And what does it indicate?
It indicates that there was a bridge loan between Sam Altman and OpenAI.
Does it mention any agreements with Mr. Musk?
It does not.
Do you know whether Mr. Musk was a director at the time this application was submitted to the IRS, a director of OpenAI?
Yes, he was.
All right. Let me ask you about another document. If we could put up Exhibit 1601, please. And if you could go to the next page. What is this document, Mr. Wetter?
Yeah, this is the certificate of limited partnership, kind of the formation document for SummerSafe LP, which is the for-profit entity of OpenAI. It was subsequently changed to OpenAI LP, and this was from September of 2018.
You mean the name was subsequently changed? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, SummerSafe was changed. SummerSafe LP was changed to OpenAI LP.
All right. And is this another document that Microsoft reviewed as part of its 2019 due diligence?
Yes, it was.
And you mentioned the date, September 19, 2018. how does the incorporation of the for-profit relate in time to when Microsoft invested?
Yeah, we invested in July of 2019. So this was approximately 9 months ahead of our investment.
And was Microsoft involved in incorporating the for-profit SummerSafe? September 19, 2018. How does the incorporation of the for-profit relate in time to when Microsoft invested?
Yeah, we invested in July of 2019. So this was approximately 9 months ahead of our investment.
And was Microsoft involved in incorporating the for-profit SummerSafe?
No, we were not.
All right, I want to ask you about another. Let me ask you about another document. If we could put up Exhibit 1601, please. And if you could go to the next page. What is this document, Mr. Wetter?
Yeah, this is the certificate of limited partnership kind of the formation document for SummerSafe LP, which is the for-profit entity of OpenAI. It was subsequently changed to OpenAI LP. And this was from September of 2018.
You mean the name was subsequently changed? Is that what you mean?
Yes, SummerSafe was changed. SummerSafe LP was changed to OpenAI LP.
All right. And is this another document that Microsoft reviewed as part of its 2019 due diligence?
Yes, it was.
And you mentioned the date, September 19, 2018. How does the incorporation of the for-profit relate in time to when Microsoft invested?
Yeah, we invested in July of 2019. So this was approximately 9 months ahead of our investment.
And was Microsoft involved in incorporating the for-profit SummerSafe?
No, we were not.
All right. I want to ask you about another document, Exhibit 1534, please. And Mr. Wetter, what is this document?
Yes, this is the collaboration agreement between the nonprofit and the for-profit.
And was this another document that Microsoft reviewed as part of the 2019 due diligence?
Yes, it was.
And what is the date of the collaboration agreement?
I believe it's October 10th, 2018.
And what is your understanding of the purpose of this agreement?
It was to assign the intellectual property from the nonprofit to the for-profit to then develop that IP and potentially commercialize that IP.
And how does the collaboration agreement relate in time to when Microsoft invested?
Yeah, this was 8 months prior to our investment in July of 2019.
Did Microsoft have any involvement with the collaboration agreement?
No, we did not.
All right. I want to ask you about another document, but first, if you could explain to the jury what a cap table is, and I think you had mentioned it earlier.
You bet. It's a summary table. It shows key stakeholders or investors in an organization, their respective investments and potentially percent ownership of their stakeholding.
If we could go to Exhibit MDX 1603, please. And what is this, Mr. Woodard?
This is a capitalization table for OpenAI LP, the for-profit entity.
And was this provided to Microsoft as part of the 2019 due diligence?
It was. I believe this was as of March of 2019 was the cap table here.
All right. And what does this show?
This shows the limited partners of the for-profit entity, including investors that invested between October of 2018 and March of 2019.
And before Microsoft invested in OpenAI, were there any investors in the for-profit?
Yes.
All right, you can take that down. Mr. Wetter, based on the due diligence that Microsoft conducted in 2019, what, if anything, did it suggest about whether OpenAI could enter into partnership with Microsoft?
Yes, our due diligence confirmed that we could enter into the partnership with OpenAI's for-profit entity.
And what, if anything, did the due diligence show about any conditions on Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI?
Our due diligence found no conditions related to Elon Musk.
All right. I want to ask you now about a term that is in the agreements between OpenAI and Microsoft. What is a representation and warranty term?
Yeah, it's a contractual provision. It provides key facts on the partner or business, as well as assurances that those facts are true and correct.
Is a representation and warranty term common in negotiated agreements involving Microsoft?
Yes, it is. We included them in all of our investments, all of our acquisitions.
Is it important for Microsoft to include that term in its agreements?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
It ultimately provides another layer of confirmatory due diligence for us, as it lists those key facts and confirms with the company that we're executing that agreement with that they are true and correct.
And did Microsoft's agreements with OpenAI include a representation and warranty term?
Yes, each of our agreements included representations and warranties.
All right, let's pull up exhibit PX 202, please, which is the Joint Development and Collaboration Agreement. It's been previously admitted, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Mr. Wetter, did the 2019 Joint Development and Collaboration Agreement contain a representation and warranty term?
Yes, it did.
And if I could direct your attention to page 18, section 9, do you see that in front of you?
I do.
And if you review that term of the agreement, can you share with the jury what OpenAI represented regarding its authority to enter into the agreement?
Yes, it represented that they had the full power and authority to enter into the agreement and perform the obligations of the agreement.
And what did OpenAI represent regarding whether the transaction would violate the rights of any third parties?
It represented that it would not violate any rights of third parties or other obligations.
Do each of the amendments to the Joint Development and Collaboration Agreement contain similar representation and warranty terms?
Yes, they do.
As well as the other investment agreements, Mr. Wetter?
Yes, that's right.
Was it important to Microsoft that the agreements with OpenAI include representation and warranty terms?
Yes, it was.
And based on the representation and warranties in the agreements entered into between Microsoft and OpenAI, did you have an understanding of whether OpenAI's nonprofit board could proceed with the partnership?
Yes, our understanding was they could proceed with the partnership and enter into the agreements.
And based on the representations and warranties in the agreements entered into between Microsoft and OpenAI, did you have an understanding of whether the partnership would impact third-party rights?
Yes, our understanding was it would not impact any third-party rights or obligations.
And was there anything in any of the agreements regarding conditions on Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI?
No, there were no references to conditions on Elon Musk's donations to OpenAI.
Now, earlier, as the 30B6 witness, you had testified about Microsoft receiving $9 billion from OpenAI. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, was that revenue or profit?
It was revenue. It was not profit. So it excluded costs to serve, hosting, the infrastructure costs, and our investment commitment to date, operating expenditures, et cetera.
In one of the things you testified about was something you called spending ahead of revenue. Do you recall that?
That's right.
What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so we were making investments ahead of recognizing revenue in this case. We had the investment commitments that we had made to that date of $13 billion. We had needed to build Azure infrastructure in advance of providing those services to OpenAI.
And to date, do you know how much Microsoft is spending ahead of its commercial agreements with OpenAI?
Yeah, my understanding between the original investment commitments, the infrastructure investments that we're making, and the hosting costs is it's upwards of $100 billion as of this upcoming fiscal year end, which ends June 30th of this current year, so in about 45 days.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Witter. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning. Sarah Tofik-Baksh for the plaintiff.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Wetter.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
How many billions in revenue has Microsoft made from the OpenAI relationship as of today?
I'm not sure. As of today, I don't have that number in front of me.
What's the most recent figure you're aware of?
The most recent figure I'm aware of, as I prepared for the deposition, was our March 2025 life-to-date revenue, which I believe was approximately, life to date, through the partnership to date, was approximately $9.5 billion.
So you're not aware of how many more billions Microsoft has made in the last year since March 2025?
I am not.
Microsoft is a large public company that has entered many sophisticated deals, isn't it?
Yes, we're a large company. We enter into many transactions.
Representations and warranties are commonly used in deal documents, right?
Correct.
And you simply accepted that OpenAI's representations and warranties here were true?
It was confirmed our due diligence. So our due diligence confirmed the representations and warranties.
You testified that you knew that donors and investors gave money to OpenAI before Microsoft invested, correct?
Yes, we were aware of that.
You didn't ask those donors and investors if OpenAI's representations and warranties were accurate, did you?
We did not connect with the donors in advance of our investment.
You didn't talk to Elon Musk in your due diligence, did you?
We did not talk to Elon Musk during our due diligence process.
Even though Microsoft knew that Elon Musk was a co-founder of the nonprofit and its biggest donor?
We understood that Elon Musk was a donor and involved in the founding.
Elon Musk is not a party to your agreements with OpenAI, is it?
No, he is not.
Okay. You also testified about OpenAI's IRS filing in 2016?
Yes.
You testified that OpenAI did not report any agreements with Musk to the IRS back then.
Correct.
Okay. You are not a nonprofit expert, are you, Mr. Wetter?
No, we lean on our outside counsel to.
That wasn't my question. You're not a.
I am not an expert.
Okay, and you're not a tax expert either, are you?
I'm not a tax expert.
And you don't know why the IRS asks questions 8A through F on its form for applications for a charitable non-stock corporation, do you?
No.
And you don't know the kinds of answers the IRS expects to that question, do you?
I have a general understanding, but
that's not my question. You don't know. Correct?
Correct. I'm not familiar with the IRS applications beyond the review of these documents.
Okay. Through Microsoft's investments starting in 2019 in OpenAI, Microsoft had major decision rights over OpenAI, correct?
Objection to scope, Your Honor.
Well, is it in the documents that you just offered?
It is, Your Honor, in the agreement.
Okay, overruled.
You can answer my question.
Do you mind repeating it?
Through its investments starting in 2019, Microsoft had major decision rights. Through its investments starting in 2019, Microsoft had major decision rights over OpenAI, correct?
All of the limited partners as a group had major decision rights over certain financial and structural transactions.
But Microsoft was the largest investor by far, correct?
Correct. We had contributed probably 98% of the capital at that point in time.
So Microsoft had effective control over any major decision right that OpenAI made, correct?
I would not characterize it like that. We had an approval right for certain transactions OpenAI's for-profit might pursue.
Those major decision rights that Microsoft had, however, were proportionate to its capital contributions, correct?
They were proportionate to the capital contributions.
Got it. And your due diligence didn't show that any of OpenAI's other investors had effective control over OpenAI's major decisions, did it?
Their investors were also limited partners.
But they didn't have effective control.
No, they did not have effective control.
Microsoft did.
We did not have effective control. We had an approval right on certain transactions, structurally or financial transactions that OpenAI's for-profit might decide to pursue.
Your approval right that you just told the jury about is commensurate with its Microsoft's lifetime $13 billion investment in OpenAI.
Yes, it's some basic protection provisions. For
It's
Microsoft.
a basic protection provision that would allow it to override any of the other investors, correct?
We had made the most capital contributions. Therefore, Microsoft did have the effective approval of these corporate transactions that they might decide to pursue. But again, it was an approval right.
Thank you. OpenAI converted to a public benefit corporation in 2025.
Objection outside the scope.
Sustained.
OpenAI's decision to restructure its corporate organization is a major decision under the agreements.
Objection outside the
Sustained.
Corporate organization. One moment, please, Your Honor. Microsoft has exercised its major decision rights, hasn't it?
Yes, we've approved OpenAI's for-profit activities. We've never rejected any approval request.
And one of those requests was related to OpenAI's restructuring over the years.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Microsoft has withheld its approval before, though, hasn't it?
I'm not aware of us withholding our approval.
No further questions.
Anything on the OpenAI defendants? All right, any redirect?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Wetter, did Microsoft follow its standard due diligence practice in connection with the 2019 investment?
Yes, we did.
And is it standard practice to involve outside counsel?
Yes, it is. And we did include our outside counsel.
Mr. Wetter, what is the purpose of approval rights?
Yeah, it was to provide basic protections for any adverse changes to our position. So if they were to pursue a debt capital raise, if they were to liquidate transactions like that would impact the value of our investment.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anything on those couple of questions?
Just one question, Mr. Witter. One of the things that would impact Microsoft's position in OpenAI was issuing equity in the corporation. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can answer that one question.
It kind of depends. They weren't issuing equity at the time of our investment. They had taken investments on the basis of the target redemption amounts.
Okay. Anything on that one question? That's it. Okay, sir, you're excused. Next witness.
Your Honor, the OpenAI defendant's called Josh Achim.
We're going to go for about 10 minutes.
Please remain standing. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm? Please say I do or I affirm. Thank you, sir. Please be seated and speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
My name is Joshua Achiam. My last name is spelled Achiam, as in Mary.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Josh, can you tell the jurors where you grew up?
Hi, I grew up in New York City and in Sarasota, Florida. We moved when I was in middle school.
And how is it that you got into science and technology?
Well, to tell you about that, I have to tell you about my dad, who was an immigrant to the United States. He came over when he was in his 30s. His whole life, he venerated scientists and the work that people did on technology, but he himself never got to be a part of it. He worked a lot of other jobs. He ran a moving company. He was a real estate agent, but he didn't get to do it. When I was a kid, put science fiction stories in front of me where the scientists were heroes. He never told me that it was something I should do. He gave me a ton of freedom to be whoever I wanted to be. But I did kind of get the message at a certain point, and when I was a kid, wanted to be an inventor when I grew up. And so by the time I got to high school, I realized I had to actually pick something I wanted to work on. And so I became really fascinated with faster than light space travel. And that was the thing that I decided I was going to orient my career around.
Did you end up going to college?
Yes.
Where'd you go to college?
The University of Florida at Gainesville.
And what degrees did you get from there?
A bachelor in aerospace engineering from the College of Engineering and a bachelor of science in physics from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences.
Now, can you explain why you got both?
Well, if you want to do something in technology that hasn't been done before, you have to have a good understanding of both the theoretical side of how does it all work. And so if you want to do faster than light space travel, which no one has figured out, you've got to study theoretical physics. But you also have to have an understanding of the applied and practical side. How do you build things? How do you make them work in the real world? And so I wanted to get both the physics and the engineering side of things so that I would be able to, contribute really effectively to building that tech.
Did you end up going to graduate school?
Yes.
Where'd you go to graduate school?
The University of California at Berkeley.
What degree did you get from there?
I got a PhD from the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department.
And what was the focus of your PhD?
Artificial intelligence.
By the way, do people call you Dr. Akim or?
Sometimes I get Dr. Josh.
Okay. So can you sort of explain how it is that you move from being focused on, this dream you had as a kid of working on faster than light travel to going into artificial intelligence?
Yeah. So it turns out advances in theoretical physics are really hard, and advances in experimental physics are also delayed by years for the construction of giant experimental equipment. I felt that the progress in science was too slow. It needed to go faster. And the best way to possibly make it go faster was to work on artificial intelligence and figure out how to get that to solve the problems in science that I was really excited about. So I switched all my applications for a PhD program at the last minute from physics into engineering and computer science type degrees where I could work on artificial intelligence. But I couldn't say that I wanted to work on AI when I was applying to grad school in 2013 because AI wasn't yet a big deal and people didn't really respect the term. It wasn't a respectable academic discipline at the time. But I knew that that was what I wanted to work on.
When was it that you actually started working practically on artificial intelligence?
In fall 2014.
What did you do?
So I did scientific research on deep reinforcement learning. So this is getting the AI neural networks to learn how to perform intelligence tasks by trial and error.
Where were you doing that?
At UC Berkeley.
At some point, did you end up working at OpenAI?
Yes. In summer 2017, I joined OpenAI as a research intern. And in December 2017, I converted to a full-time employee.
What was your focus as a research intern and in that initial period as an employee, as a full-time employee?
AI safety technical research.
Can you explain to the jurors just a little bit? I mean, I know there's a lot there, but can you just explain to the jurors just a little bit about what that means?
Yes. So I was doing research in the subfield, again, deep reinforcement learning. So learning by trial and error. I was studying ways you could describe safety constraints to AI agents that are learning by trial and error and how you can get them to explore and try new actions safely. And also at the end of the learning process, have internalized safe behaviors.
What's your job at OpenAI now?
I am the chief futurist of OpenAI.
That's a very interesting sounding job, but I don't think most of us have ever heard of a chief futurist. Can you explain a little bit about what that means?
Yes. So I try to study the major events that are happening in the world and that are likely to happen in the world as a result of the introduction of advanced AI technology and the other side effects that introduction of AI technology might ultimately.
So you need to slow down.
Apologies. And the other side effects that the introduction of that technology might ultimately cause. So I think about the social impacts of AI, the potential economic impacts of AI, the potential for scientific and technological acceleration, both the benefits and the risks, and the potential consequences for national and international security. So how might ultimately nations make decisions about how to use this technology for the good and for defense.
Is there a relationship between those early jobs you were telling the jurors about that you did at OpenAI and what you do now as the chief futurist?
Yes. The through line of my work is that it is my best attempt to help us fulfill the mission of OpenAI. In every respect of trying to ensure that AGI benefits all of humanity, we have to figure out how to get the safety right, and we also have to figure out how to get the impact on the world right. So those are the things that I work on.
What is your understanding of what OpenAI's mission is?
OpenAI's mission statement is that we will ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity.
Is that a mission that's important to you in your work?
Deeply. I think it's one of the highest and noblest callings that we could possibly have. And I especially want to make sure that we focus on the all in all of humanity, that this isn't just tech for people who already have tech, that this is something that could stand to benefit everyone.
In your observation and in the work that you've seen at OpenAI, does OpenAI's for-profit EBC contribute to that mission?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you explain in brief summary why you say that?
The public benefit corporation part of OpenAI's structure houses the research organization and hires the top talent in the field to build the technological advances necessary for understanding AGI and making it safe and helping actually develop practical applications for it in the world where it helps people improve their lives.
I want to flash back briefly to your beginnings for a second. Your Honor, am I okay on time, or do you? Thank you, Judge. Just flashback for a beginning to your beginnings at OpenAI. Can you just describe for the jurors just a little bit what OpenAI was like when you first began?
Certainly. When I started in around 2017, we were basically like an extension of a graduate student lab in a university. Most of the folks who were working there were either PhD students themselves at the time or recent graduates from PhD programs pursuing scientific research projects. The environment was collegial, academic, super intellectual. It was a great environment for scientific study, especially because we were kind of freed from the traditional publication norms. Maybe you've heard of publish or perish in academia, and we didn't have to do that. We just had to figure out what was going to actually work and do the science.
About how many people were at OpenAI at that time?
About 50.
And did you know everybody there?
Not everyone, but most folks.
Putting aside Sam Altman's executive role for a second, who were the day-to-day leaders that you worked with during that time period?
Greg and Ilya were the main leaders of the company.
And what was the division of labor between those two?
Ilya was the scientific visionary who articulated kind of what was it going to be like in the future. He would get up on tables sometimes and give speeches about the amazing science fiction things that would happen. I kind of remember him talking at one point about eventually having football fields of silicon computer chips that would be, calculating amazing AI things. Greg was the engineering workhorse who pushed to build scaled up systems that would train the AI and make it work.
How hard were they and the other people around them working during that time period?
Unbelievably hard. It was an extraordinary work of passion and talent.
It's now a good time.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take our first break with the jury. Please rise for the jury.
Please rise for the jury.
I don't think we have much to talk about right now. Just so everybody knows, plaintiffs have 27 minutes left on the clock. OpenAI 130, Microsoft 53. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Stand in recess for 20 minutes. Thanks.
Morning. 1313 and 1314.
I think we have it on 1313. His report. We want to offer it through. I can't even imagine votes. Yeah.
I thought it was stipulated.
I think it's stipulated now with him as a sponsor.
This is just time with me, the radio. The sad thing about it is we believe help her read, and she was a part of a little one day where she quit. And basically said she was found a help trend. Oh, yeah, she was a park ranger now, but she drives for 1 day. And that's how she ended up with like everyone.
We have one representative from each party.
Okay. Hold on. So he was not exactly. It's an inevitable but so if I was then I Well, you know, I think this is the mistake that I thought, so I think I'm not that good.
Oh, hey, Brad, I think wants to talk about 1313. He wants to talk about 1313.
Eric.
So this just means that it's being official with stipulates and this as a sponsor, but we're all over it. So you should just go. You should just go. It's fine.
I think they opened for time. You guys are objecting to this one, but this one is good. I just need to edit the different stuff. That's where we said it last night.
Yeah, as far as I'm going,
They proceeded without jurors.
was he listed as a sponsor in that one?
Yes. Yes.
So we don't have any objection to that, but I think these ones, the issue was that I was listed as a sponsor, and so
I think he was.
you double check.
What's your opinion? It's able to again. I think these aren't I don't have here. Talking.
Well, like he's on to that. Yeah.
Presentation. Just one. Correct.
Your Honor, we're happy to ask a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, we're happy to ask a couple of questions about this to the witness.
Perhaps.
Or the court could.
Your Honor, our only position on this is Your Honor has addressed several times the scope of permissible safety questioning. And so if Your Honor thinks it's consistent with that, we would be fine with those questions.
I apologize, Your Honor. I missed the.
Perspective from you on me asking a question.
We don't have a position on it, Your Honor.
Yeah, and so Your Honor, sorry, on further consideration, we do have some concerns that because these may go into specific safety topics, and if the witness tries to defend their safety record on that would implicate the issues Your Honor ruled on earlier.
I'll think about it. I'm going to leave it alone.
And Your Honor, if somewhere within the discussion it makes sense to ask one question or two around this, that would be fine. And then Your Honor will think about whether you want to ask additional questions.
You do not plan on asking any of these.
No, Judge.
So, and everybody's short on time. And if I ask these questions, that's my alternative. I did not anything to my.
We agree, Your Honor.
I just don't want to. I don't want to completely ignore the jurors. Thank you, Judge.
Can I just follow up on some exhibits that I raised this morning and just put into the record? Fair enough, Your Honor. Thank you.
Back on the record, Your Honor. Right for the jury.
Okay, everyone can be seated. And before you continue, Mr. Jackson, let me just let the jury know we had a little bit of a delay getting back because we received a couple questions from the jury. This trial has a limited scope, and so I've reviewed the questions and I have decided that we are not going to ask those questions because they're not really within the scope of the trial. So hold that against me if you want. Don't hold it against any of the lawyers. All the lawyers here want to do nothing more than to make you all as happy as they possibly can. So in any event, so I just don't think that that's within the scope of what we're doing here. So you can proceed, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you very much, Judge. All right, now, Josh, I think when we left off, you were telling us a little bit about the time period at the beginning and the work. You were describing what Ilya and Greg were doing. Let me ask you, in that early time period, was Elon Musk someone that you saw around the office much?
I didn't really ever see him in the office. I saw him, I think, once. It was a little bit like seeing Bigfoot through plexiglass.
And I want to ask you, putting that aside for a second, were there ever any particularly notable interactions that you personally had with Mr. Musk?
Yes, during the all hands when he was sharing that he was departing the organization.
When did that happen?
I believe it happened in February 2018.
Can you just explain for the jurors, just sort of set the scene in terms of what was going on in that moment for this all hands meeting?
Yes. So Elon was going to leave the company, and the leadership of the company was sharing it with everyone that this was happening. And Sam hosted Elon for a Q&A with everyone. We were just gathered in our regular office space, but they had moved 2 couches together so that Sam could sit on one and Elon could sit on the other. And we would collectively, engage in a discussion with him after Sam had asked him a few questions. And Elon took questions from all of us.
What did Mr. Musk talk about that was relevant to, his interaction with you?
Elon expressed that he was leaving the company. He cited that he had a new conflict of interest with Tesla that was going to be hiring from the same pool of advanced AI researchers. And so he felt that he had to distance himself in order to hire from that talent pool appropriately. He also indicated a general lack of confidence in OpenAI's overall path. So he wanted to go and do his own thing and sort of pursue AGI in his own way. He also expressed very strong concerns about what would happen if DeepMind, the AI company at that time, I think owned by Google and led by Demis Hassabis, he expressed a lot of concerns about what would happen if DeepMind got to AGI first.
No, I want to ask you about that, but just to be clear, this is in a big meeting with a lot of the company employees in the room.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone was there.
All right. But how many people was that?
Like in the 50, 60 range.
And what happened next?
Well, a number of the safety staff, myself included, began asking him questions to try to get at why he was proposing to move towards AGI more quickly to beat DeepMind, because we were concerned that the things that he was expressing, it sounded like he wanted to race towards AGI, like he wanted to build it very fast because he was very worried that someone else, if they got it, would do the wrong thing with it. And a few of us shared a concern that trying to race toward AGI was potentially, given the things we knew about AI and AGI at the time, a fairly unsafe proposition. To be clear, we didn't at the time know what exact technical path would lead to AGI. We didn't know whether a science fiction super intelligence bootstrapping event where you set the thing running one night and you come back the next morning and it's so unbelievably smart it can crack encryption and take over the world was a science fiction scenario or not. So in 2018, we just weren't sure. And so racing...
I'll object to the narrative.
Sustain. What's next question?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, can you just explain why was it that it was important? I guess you mentioned this race that you're focused on. Mm-hmm. What was the essence of what you were trying to communicate to Mr. Musk about why you thought that was an ill-advised approach?
He was proposing to do something that seemed, based on our understanding at the time, obviously unsafe and reckless.
And how did Mr. Musk respond to you?
Defensively. We had a pretty tense exchange, and he snapped and called me a jackass.
And I think, by the way, you've been sitting here this entire trial as the corporate representative of OpenAI, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Musk's testimony about why he called somebody a jackass?
I did.
Okay. And you recall he said that sometimes you have to use language that, gets people out of their comfort zone. And, if we're going in the wrong direction. And did you have the feeling as you're sitting in the room that in calling you a jackass, what Mr. Musk was trying to do was get you out of your comfort zone?
No, I don't think that was why he called me that. I think he was just upset that he had been challenged.
And was this like a sort of friendly, jocular calling you a jackass?
No, this was not friendly.
Now, after the all hands meeting, Did any of your colleagues say anything to you?
A few of my colleagues expressed some gratitude.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, not for the truth.
For what purpose then?
Only to set, none of these are just congratulatory statements that are being offered to offer context into what happened next.
I stand on my objection.
We don't need a judge. I'll withdraw. And did any of your colleagues give you anything?
At the following all hands, I was presented with a trophy to commemorate the exchange and in thanks for having stood up to Elon.
Who were the people that gave you the trophy?
Dario Amodei and David Luan.
Are they at OpenAI anymore?
They are not. Dario is currently the CEO of Anthropic, and I can't recall where David Luan currently works, but he was for a while, I think, the CEO of Adept, another AI startup.
Can you just describe what this trophy looked like and what was inscribed on it?
Calls for hearsay.
Oh,
The trophy is a small golden jackass about yay big, and the inscription on it is to Joshua Achiam, never stop being a jackass for safety.
Move to strike the answer as hearsay.
it's not being offered for its truth, I am sure. Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. What was the significance of that event for you?
What was significant to me was, one, that I felt my colleagues agreed that it was important to stand up for principles and to be willing to stand up to very powerful people like Elon to accomplish them. And two, that my colleagues were grateful and shared the sentiment that I had expressed.
Just briefly, earlier in this trial, Greg Brockman testified about one of the first discussions he had about profit caps being with you in January 2018. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you a couple other questions. Is safety something that's taken seriously to this day in your experience at OpenAI?
Yes, safety is taken extremely seriously at OpenAI.
I think you heard some testimony from former colleague named Rosie Campbell that was called by Mr. Musk about some of the safety teams being reorganized. Do you remember that testimony?
I recall.
Have any of you remember there was mention of the super alignment team?
Yes.
In any of that reorganization of the super alignment team or any other teams, did the safety related work associated with those teams stop?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form.
What happened to that work?
The sub-teams that had reported to Ilya Sutskever and Jan Laika, who had been the former leaders of super alignment, after they departed, were reassigned to other senior scientists in the organization who were able to understand and continue the work. So the people who were doing the research on super alignment continued to do it, and alignment research at OpenAI continues to now.
We've spoken a lot about the sort of raw technology that you guys have developed. How important are the employees at OpenAI to OpenAI's mission?
Absolutely critical.
Why do you say that?
The type of specialized knowledge and skill you need to push the frontier of AI research and engineering is quite extraordinary. There are fairly few people in the world today who are able to contribute directly. The people who have chosen to join OpenAI and work on this are quite extraordinary and necessary to building, researching, and ensuring the safety of artificial general intelligence at OpenAI.
Were you at OpenAI in November 2023 when Sam Altman was fired by the board?
Yes, I was, although the morning after the firing, I had to fly to Hawaii for a baby moon. And so I was not in the office after Friday, which was, a lot of quite some FOMO. We stayed and a little disruptive too. But
congratulations.
Thank you.
When you found out about the decision to fire Sam Altman, I mean, in a word, what was your reaction?
At first, confused and a bit hesitant. when a board makes a choice like that, you assume that they have some basis for it, even if they haven't been forthcoming about it. And my initial reaction was to assume that they must have been legitimated in their decision somehow. I also expressed my gratitude to Sam for what had been, in my experience, a productive working relationship.
Did your willingness to sort of be deferential to, or curious about what the board's decision-making process was, did that change at any point?
Yeah, it changed quite substantially over the time that followed as people kept asking the board questions about why did you do this? And they kept not answering in any way that involved specifics or a concrete explanation of their choice.
In hindsight, from your perch, do you think the board made the correct decision?
No, I don't think they made the correct decision.
Why do you say that?
I think if you're going to make a highly consequential decision about the leadership of an organization that's stewarding technology that has consequences for everybody, you have to do it in a responsible and process-oriented way where you lay out a transition plan. You have a succession plan. You know who's coming in next. You've prepared them to assume that role. You give people more than a day of notice that a big change is happening. And what's more, when you make the change, you can explain it to people in concrete terms where if there's an issue, you've thoroughly investigated it and you've explained to people the outcome of that investigation. That didn't happen here.
Was there a letter to bring Sam Altman back?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
Yes.
Why?
Because I felt it was the appropriate remedy for the situation. We needed to undo the faulty decision before we could move forward.
I think you heard there were some indications that people raised questions about Sam Altman's truthfulness. In your experience, did Sam Altman have issues with truthfulness?
My experience with Sam is that his words about the future are extremely useful in predicting what's going to happen. And in all of my direct experiences with him, I feel that he's been honest with me. So no, I didn't share the concern about truthfulness.
Do you think, through all your time at the company, all your experiences and working with all the employees that you have, that OpenAI is still dedicated to the mission today?
Unquestionably, yes. OpenAI is dedicated to the mission.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Enan.
Good morning, Mr. Akiam.
Good morning.
My name is Alex Einan. I represent the plaintiff.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And good to see a fellow Floridian in Oakland.
No.
Your current title is Chief Futurist, is that right?
That's correct.
And prior to that, you headed the mission alignment team that was focused on safety. Is that right?
I headed a team called the mission alignment team. I wouldn't describe it as focused on safety, but I did head that team.
How would you describe the mission alignment team?
I would describe it as a support function to help the org better understand and achieve the mission. And we did research on a number of topics in addition to, helping support various internal projects.
OpenAI disbanded the mission alignment team, correct?
We concluded the mission alignment team.
And that team only existed for about a year, is that right?
I think it was about 14 months, which is, just for context, about the normal lifespan of a team in OpenAI. We reorganize efforts, every 6 to 12 months, give or take.
When you started at OpenAI in 2017, you worked at the OpenAI nonprofit, correct?
That's right.
You're one of the many nonprofit employees who was transferred over to the for-profit.
I believe I voluntarily left the nonprofit and voluntarily joined the for-profit.
Are you aware that on average, the OpenAI for-profit's employees are compensated better than employees at any major tech startup in history?
I don't have numbers in front of me to know what the comparison should be.
Would you agree that the employees of the OpenAI for-profit are well compensated?
Certainly.
Including an equity in the for-profit entity, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you have an ownership interest in any of OpenAI's for-profit entities?
Yes, like most employees, I have an equity stake.
what is your stake worth based on OpenAI's current valuation?
It's quite substantial. It's some number of millions of dollars.
Is it more than $5 million?
I believe so.
Is it more than $10 million?
Probably.
Is it more than $20 million?
Yes.
Is it more than $50 million?
The valuation of this stake changes as a function of time. It's substantial.
Have you ever sold any of your equity in OpenAI?
Yes.
How much money did you receive for the sale of your equity?
I don't recall the exact number offhand, but I sold less than the total amount that was possible to sell in the tenders, if that's what you're curious about.
Was the amount you received in the millions of dollars?
Yes.
Was it more than $5 million?
Yes.
Was it more than $10 million?
Yes.
Was it more than $20 million?
I don't actually know.
Mr. Akim, just a few minutes ago, you testified about a tense exchange that you had with Mr. Musk. You've also had tense exchanges with Greg Brockman, correct?
I don't know if I would describe them as tense, but I've had a number of conversations with Greg over the years.
And OpenAI employees have complained about Greg Brockman's management, correct?
I think, of course, there have been some people who've expressed their personal feelings about every manager at OpenAI at some point or another. And yeah, people have complained about Greg.
In fact, you've tweeted that Greg Brockman can push so hard to make something happen that people around him, quote, get pissed off, correct?
Yes, and I think I might have also added myself included.
And you've also tweeted, there are many things to critique about Greg Brockman, correct?
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Can we see the exact words of the tweets you're quoting here?
Do you recall tweeting that?
I recall tweeting something to this effect, but I don't remember all the exact words.
You tweeted something to that effect.
Yes, I would love to see the actual tweets if you happen to have them.
Would you agree that sometimes even good managers can push so hard that they make the people around them mad?
Yeah, absolutely.
And in 2017, you had a disagreement with Mr. Musk about safety and AI. Is that right?
Sorry, did you say in 2017 or in 2018?
It may have been in 2018. Did you have a disagreement with Mr. Musk about safety?
In 2018, yes.
In 2025, you tweeted that it was your honest belief that Elon was trying to get the best outcome possible for humanity as a whole, correct?
Sorry, in what year?
In 2025.
Yes, although I think this was before a number of tweets that he made on other subjects, which have shaken my faith in that.
Nevertheless, you told the world in 2025 that it was your honest belief that Elon was trying to get the best outcome possible for humanity as a whole.
Sorry, what was the date of that tweet?
January 2025.
This was prior to a number of actions and tweets made by Elon that I think undermined my faith in that statement.
Mr. Akim, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you say that in January 2025?
I believe I wrote a tweet in January 2025 to that effect.
One moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything from Microsoft? Any redirect?
Very briefly, Josh. Josh, when you started at OpenAI, did you have any idea that you would be granted an equity stake that would be ultimately very valuable?
No, not really.
You were asked a little bit about tweets that you made that talked about critiques of Greg Brockman. Do you remember that a second ago?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you one question, and then I want to ask you why you said something. Is it correct that in the context of those tweets, you also said, whatever his critics may say, this is also his.
Sustained.
Do you remember tweeting about your view of why Mr. Brockman received some of those critiques?
Yes, I believe I do.
What do you remember saying?
What I remember saying about Greg, again, Greg is someone I've had a lot of conversations with over the years, and I disagreed with him about a number of things, and we always had very productive conversations about those things. And what I concluded was that his motivations were genuinely and truly about ensuring that people would get to use technology that could make their lives better. He wants to put AI tools in people's hands. He wants to empower people. This was the theme over and over again before anything else.
And did you write something to that effect in your tweets?
I did, yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Anything on those few questions?
Nothing further.
Anything from Microsoft? All right, sir, you're excused. Next witness.
Thank you.
Next witness. Somebody. I will play a short video from Tasha McCauley. Okay, thank you. Can someone bring me the allocation?
The allocation, Your Honor, is 7 minutes for OpenAI and 1 minute for Microsoft.
My name is Tasha McCauley.
During the period you were a director, were you aware of any obligations that OpenAI owed to Mr. Musk? During the time that you were an OpenAI director, were you ever told that OpenAI or Sam Altman owed any obligations to Musk in respect of OpenAI?
I was not.
And
Not to the best of my recollection.
And during the time you were an OpenAI director, did anyone ever tell you that OpenAI or Sam had made any promises to Mr. Musk regarding OpenAI?
I don't think so.
When you joined the OpenAI board, the OpenAI Inc. board in 2018, is it fair that one of the challenges the organization was facing was getting enough funding to purchase the compute that it needed to push the project ahead?
As I spoke about earlier, I think a big consideration was going forward into the future, whether the company would be able to secure an appropriate amount of funding to, handle the kind of capital requirements that would be necessary to build what they were planning to build.
And the capital requirements were required for the compute and also for talent. Is that fair?
That's right.
And did you approve the term sheet that outlined the formation of the not-for-profit, of the for-profit subsidiary? And I take it that you did that confident that you were complying with your fiduciary duties in approving it.
I did.
In connection with the creation of the for-profit arm, do you recall that the not-for-profit contributed certain intellectual property to the for-profit?
Yes.
You voted to approve that as well as a director of the not-for-profit.
I did.
Tell me where you did that.
As I said before, I felt that I was in agreement that the best path for the company to be able to fulfill its mission, to build what it was trying to build and to build it for the benefit of humanity, would require a strong ability to raise tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of time. And I think the board agreed that the best path to doing that was the LP restructuring.
With that in view, the contribution of the IP was necessary to best advance the mission as it seemed at the time. Eric?
Yes, it seemed to me that way.
In connection with the 2019 reorganization, the board created a evaluation and contribution committee, didn't it?
Yes, we did. Yes.
And Ms. McCall, you were on that committee, weren't you? And you determined in your work in that committee that the not-for-profit received fair value for the IP that it contributed. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Later in 2019, Microsoft made an investment in OpenAI. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall that it was a $1 billion investment?
Yes.
And the parties, Microsoft and OpenAI, entered into a joint development collaboration agreement. Do you recall that?
I do.
The board approved I'll call it JDCA, if that's okay.
Yes.
Did you support the board's decision to approve the JDCA?
I did.
Tell me, and you're confident that your decision to support it was consistent with your fiduciary duties, correct, Ms. McCall?
I was.
Why did you support the Microsoft investment in 2019?
For reasons similar to what I explained before, we understood that this was the best path forward for OpenAI having the best chance of being able to build what it was intended to build in the manner that it was intended to build it.
And you didn't believe that there was anything contrary to the mission in the 2019 Microsoft deal?
I did not.
In 2021, Microsoft made a further investment in OpenAI. Do you recall that?
I do.
And does it sound right that it was a further $2 billion investment?
That's right.
And there was a committee that superintended that transaction. Do you recall?
Yes.
Were you on that committee?
Apologies, I was on a very large, I was on a significant number of committees, and I'm just trying to recall, I was on I think it was on a deal transaction committee, that one, I believe.
And as part of this, in your work in advance of the 2021 Microsoft transaction, you reviewed its terms?
Yes, absolutely.
And you and the rest of the committee approved the transaction, is that right?
We did.
And here again, just without believing the record, to explain the brief.
I think for similar reasons, and we felt that that further investment from Microsoft was going to enable the organization to continue with its objective of building and artificial general intelligence in a safe way. In a way that benefited humanity, and that seemed like an appropriate next step for the company to take to be able to do that.
Fair to conclude that your determination to approve the 2021 Microsoft deal was consistent with your fiduciary duties to OpenAI?
Yeah, I believe so.
And do you recall that Microsoft received certain IP rights in that transaction, including the license to GPT-3?
Yes.
And you were aware of that term when you approved the transaction?
Yes.
Then 2 years later, there was another Microsoft investment, right? And that was larger. That was for $10 billion. We just looked at Exhibit 10, which is an email
Yes.
from October 6, 2022, discussing Microsoft 2023 term sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And my question was whether you recall when the Microsoft $10 billion investment was ultimately approved by the board.
Yes.
And do you recall approving the Argos 2 2023 investment by unanimous written consent in January?
I do. Yes.
And the rest of the directors also supported it because the written consent was unanimous as it had to be.
Yes.
Right? And you ultimately determined that the 2023 Microsoft transaction was in the best interest of the organization.
I did.
I think you testified earlier that during your time on the OpenAI board, you were aware that Mr. Musk had financially contributed to OpenAI. Is that right?
I was.
Did you ever tell anyone at Microsoft that there were any restrictions associated with Mr. Musk's financial contributions to OpenAI?
I did not.
Did you ever tell anyone at Microsoft that OpenAI owed any obligations to Mr. Musk?
I did not.
Are you aware of any communications involving anyone at Microsoft about any obligations OpenAI owed to Mr. Musk?
I am not aware.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the defendant's call by video deposition, Mira Murati. The allocations for the record are for OpenAI 1 minute and for Microsoft 2 minutes. Did you ever discuss Mr. Musk's involvement at OpenAI with Mr. Nadella?
No.
Did you ever discuss Mr. Musk's involvement at OpenAI with anybody from Microsoft?
No. As far as you know, did OpenAI or Altman make any promises to Musk about how OpenAI would be run after Musk left the board?
Not that I know of.
Did the restructuring, the creation of the for-profit in 2018 and 2019 help advance OpenAI's mission?
Yes.
How?
In being able to secure funding, to obtain compute, to do our research, and in incentivizing some of the brightest people in the world to work at OpenAI.
Were you any less committed to the mission after the creation of the for-profit than you were before?
No.
Did you perceive that anyone else at OpenAI was any less committed to the mission after the creation of the for-profit?
I did not.
I think you said earlier you were involved in negotiating OpenAI's 2019 JDCA with Microsoft. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree those negotiations were conducted at arm's length?
I'm not sure what that meant.
Meaning that each side was, neither side was controlled by the other.
I see. Yes.
Okay. And did you believe that that agreement served OpenAI's mission, the 2019?
Yes.
And did OpenAI's deal with Microsoft in 2021 also advance OpenAI's mission?
Yes.
And you were involved in negotiating that deal as well, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that those negotiations were conducted at arm's length as I defined it?
Yes.
And in your view, was the 2023 deal with Microsoft in furtherance of OpenAI's mission as well?
Yes.
Do you think any of the Microsoft deals gave Microsoft undue control of OpenAI?
No.
During your time at OpenAI, were you aware of any restrictions associated with Mr. Musk's financial contributions to OpenAI?
I was not aware, no.
So given that, is it correct that you did not tell anyone at Microsoft that there were restrictions associated with Mr. Musk's contributions to OpenAI?
Correct.
To your knowledge, did anyone else, anyone other than you, tell Microsoft that there were restrictions relating to Mr. Musk's contributions to OpenAI?
To my knowledge, no. Next witness.
Your Honor, the OpenAI defendants call Professor Daniel Hemmel.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm. Please say I do or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated and speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
My name is Daniel Hemmel, Hemel.
Okay, good morning, sir. You may.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Professor Hamill.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm the John S.R. Shad Professor of Law at New York University. My research focuses on nonprofit organizations, tax, and innovation policy, including the IP licensing arrangements of nonprofits. Recently, my research has also included ways in which one can use nonprofit law, tax law, and innovation policy to advance animal welfare.
Have you taught courses on nonprofit organizations before?
Yes. Before coming to NYU, I taught courses on nonprofits at the University of Chicago, at Harvard, and at Stanford. And at NYU, in addition to my regular teaching, I serve on the faculty of the National Center for Philanthropy and the Law, which annually organizes a conference for practitioners and scholars of nonprofits.
Have you put together a demonstrative regarding your background?
I have, yes.
Could we pull up DDX 17, Your Honor? This was shared with the plaintiff's counsel.
Who's doing that? There we go.
Mr. Skimper, thank you. All right. Professor Hamill, if you would, starting with your education, could you take us through your education, please, sir?
Thanks. I received my bachelor's degree from Harvard, a master's degree from Oxford, and my law degree from Yale.
And with regard to your education, did you have any particular specialty?
No. Law. I took courses on tax law, but other areas as well.
Could you then describe for us your professional experience? And I think here starting from the bottom there, moving up.
Yes. After law school, I worked as visiting counsel at the Joint Committee on Taxation, which advises members of Congress on tax policy, including the relationship between tax and nonprofit organizations. And then I served as a law clerk to Associate Justice Elena Kagan on the U.S. Supreme Court. After that, I joined the University of Chicago law faculty. I was professor of law and Ronald H. Coase research scholar, and I moved to NYU in 2022.
And have you published in the area of nonprofit organizations?
Yes, my writing on nonprofit organizations has appeared in, among other publications, the Chronicle of Philanthropy, the Exempt Organizations Tax Review, the Research Handbook of the Nonprofit Sector. An article is forthcoming in the Harvard Journal on Legislation, and my work on the IP licensing practices of nonprofits has appeared in the Journal of Law and the Biosciences.
Do you have experience working with nonprofits?
Yes, I've advised nonprofits, served on nonprofit boards. I'm currently on the board of the Environmental Law Institute, and I regularly work with local nonprofits in New York in my capacity as co-director of the NYU Law Basic Income Lab.
What is the NYU Law Basic Income Lab?
It's a program that I co-designed in which students partner with local nonprofits in order to distribute cash or basic income to economically disadvantaged families in the area around NYU. We currently have 50 families receiving roughly $1,000 a month through that program.
Who provides the funding for the Basic Income Lab, Professor?
So far, the funding has come from my spouse and me. We're hopeful that we'll have other funders going forward.
Have you done work as an expert in this area before?
Yes, I have submitted expert reports in 6 cases, most recently on behalf of a nonprofit Baptist church in Harlem. But I've never been called to testify at trial before.
Are you being compensated for your work in this case?
Yes, at a rate of $1,750 an hour.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Professor Hamill as an expert in nonprofit organizations and their custom and practices.
Any objection? He's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Hamill, were you retained by the OpenAI defendants to offer expert opinion in this case?
Yes, I was asked to evaluate whether OpenAI's past restructuring, its current partnership with Microsoft, and its 2025 recapitalization conform to the customs and practices of nonprofit organizations.
Before we go all through it, what is your ultimate opinion?
My ultimate opinion is that yes, OpenAI's past restructurings, its commercial partnership with Microsoft, and its 2025 recapitalization do conform to the customs and practices of nonprofit organizations.
So your understanding is wrong. He can give an opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you're going to need to have that mic a little closer to you. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Hamill, generally speaking, why do nonprofits use or form for-profit affiliates?
Nonprofits use for-profit affiliates to advance their missions. More specifically, nonprofits often use for-profit affiliates to raise outside capital, to incentivize and retain employees through equity compensation, and to gain access to product development and distribution channels.
What's the ultimate goal of these other steps that you've described?
All to advance the nonprofit's mission.
Have you performed any analysis, to determine whether or not this is common?
Yes, I have.
And sorry, before you get into it, have you also prepared a demonstrative related to this?
I have prepared a demonstrative.
Could we, Mr. Speaker, please get it? Thank you. Could you just tell us what this is and then get into your analysis?
On the left side is the Form 990, the annual tax filing of nonprofit organizations.
What is that?
Nonprofit organizations, in order to remain tax exempt, have to submit that Form 990 to the IRS, and it gives an overview of their activities for the year. And I analyzed the Form 990 filings of the 100 largest U.S. public charities by assets. And specifically, I looked at whether the Form 990 filings report taxable related entities or for-profit affiliates. And I found that 92 of the 100 largest public charities report taxable related entities or for-profit affiliates on their Form 990s. Some of these organizations have more than 100 for-profit affiliates.
And so what is your conclusion from that in terms of the frequency of nonprofits associating with for-profit affiliates?
For a large nonprofit organization, having for-profit affiliates is very much the norm.
How does the OpenAI for-profit advance the mission of the nonprofit, in your observation?
OpenAI is active in an area, the development of artificial general intelligence, that requires an extraordinary amount of capital. And OpenAI has used its for-profit affiliate to raise billions of dollars of outside capital. OpenAI is also active in an area in which equity compensation is necessary in order to attract and retain top talent. And OpenAI has used its for-profit affiliate in order to incentivize and retain key employees.
Okay, so these should be in terms of hypotheticals. His earlier objection was to a generic opinion.
Understood.
The jury will decide what the facts are.
Of course.
The expert's not going to opine on specific facts. So if we can have the form of the question rephrased. But I'm not going to strike it, just going forward.
Understood, Your Honor. Professor Hamill, have you looked or examined the governing documents related to OpenAI?
I have, yes.
Is there consistency between the governing documents for the nonprofit and the for-profit entity?
Yes, going back to the 2018 Limited Partnership Agreement and through to the 2025 Public Benefit Corporation Charter, the mission of the for-profit affiliate is always the same as the mission of the nonprofit organization: to develop artificial general intelligence for the benefit of humanity.
Is it common to have a control relationship, if you will, between the nonprofit organization and the affiliate for-profit?
Yes, very often the nonprofit organization is in charge of the for-profit affiliate. Revenue Ruling 9815 gives an example of this arrangement. These are documents from the IRS that provide guidance to nonprofit organizations, but also give us an indication of custom and practice in the nonprofit sector. 9815 refers specifically to an arrangement involving a nonprofit and for-profit hospital, but the guidance is much more general than that. And in Revenue Ruling 9815 Situation 1, which is the IRS's example of how to properly structure an arrangement between the nonprofit and the for-profit affiliate, the for-profit affiliate's mission is the same as the nonprofit's mission. And the nonprofit chooses 3 out of the 5 members on the for-profit's board. And then the for-profit partner chooses 2 out of the 5 members on the for-profit affiliate's board. So OpenAI is going above and beyond custom and practice. Not only is...
So we're going to stop there. It's getting to be a narrative and moved out of the hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if the nonprofit controlled more than 3 out of 5 board seats, what would your view of that structure be?
That would be going beyond custom and practice in ensuring alignment between the for-profit affiliate and the nonprofit parent.
Have you reviewed Dean?
Who's got the phone on? Continue, sorry.
Dean Schizer's testimony in this case?
I have, yes.
And do you recall that Dean Shizer used an analogy of a museum gift shop?
Yes, I remember that part of his testimony and this slide.
Is there any rule that a for-profit affiliate has to just be a small adjunct or side operation of the nonprofit, like a museum gift shop?
No, very often the for-profit affiliate is quite large relative to the nonprofit parent. So an example that many of us will be familiar with is the Mozilla Foundation. That's the nonprofit parent. Its for-profit affiliate, the Mozilla Corporation, owns and runs the Firefox web browser that many of us use every day. Firefox is not small relative to the nonprofit parent.
Does it matter if the for-profit affiliate ultimately becomes very valuable?
No, there are some instances in which the nonprofit parent stake in the for-profit affiliate becomes very valuable. So an example would be the Milton Hershey School Trust, which runs a boarding school in Pennsylvania for thousands of low-income kids and also preschools across the state. It has a majority voting interest in Hershey Company, the candy company. And that's a more than $30 billion company. The candy company is not in any way small relative to the boarding school parent. Another example would be also from the food aisle.
Can you give us another example, Professor?
Sure. The Newman's Own Foundation, which runs the Serious Fun summer camps. The Newman's Own Foundation, it runs summer camps for disabled youth. Its for-profit affiliate, the Newman's Own Company, makes pasta sauces and salad dressings. Again, the pasta sauces and salad dressings that appear on thousands of grocery aisles. That operation is not small relative to the summer camps.
This is the Paul Newman company. Does nonprofit custom require cash to flow back immediately or regularly to the nonprofit?
No, particularly if the for-profit affiliate is pursuing the mission of the nonprofit parent, then the for-profit affiliate can be reinvesting its cash in pursuit of that mission. So in the Firefox case, the for-profit affiliate isn't distributing most of its revenue back to the Mozilla Foundation. It's reinvesting that in Firefox and other products.
Is there anything wrong with a nonprofit holding only a partial or minority stake in a for-profit?
No, sometimes the nonprofit's interest is only a minority interest. So in the early 1990s, Carnegie Mellon University developed a search engine, Lycos, and quickly realized that it needed vastly more compute in order to deal with all the incoming queries. So it put the search engine into a for-profit affiliate. It retained a 10%, so a minority interest. It gave a 10% interest to Michael Malden, who was the key computer scientist who'd created the Lycos search engine, to keep him on board. And ultimately, outside investors bought an 80% interest, and millions of dollars flowed back to Carnegie Mellon, which it used to further build facilities for its computer science department.
Going back to the museum gift shop analogy, Professor, do you have any actual experience with nonprofit museums?
I've actually advised art museums through Remuseum, which is a think tank based at the Crystal Bridges Art Museum in Bentonville, Arkansas. Sorry, it's based at the Crystal Bridges Art Museum, Alice Walton's Art Museum in Bentonville, Arkansas. It's organized a task force of academics, foundation leaders, and art museum directors in order to advise art museums on how to best advance their missions.
Given your experience and your research, is the museum gift shop analogy a good analogy for OpenAI?
No, I don't think it's a good analogy for two reasons. One, my understanding is OpenAI is using its for-profit affiliate not as an ancillary revenue stream, but to pursue its mission, to raise outside capital, to retain key employees. And a second reason why it's not an apt analogy is museum gift shops generally aren't organized as for-profit affiliates. They're usually part of the nonprofit organization itself. There are two landmark revenue rulings, Revenue Ruling 73-104 and 73-105, that effectively allow the museum gift shop to be just part of the nonprofit museum rather than a for-profit affiliate. In my study of Form 990s, I looked at the Form 990 filings of the 10 most visited museums in the United States, and none of them reported their museum gift shop as a for-profit affiliate.
Thank you, Professor. Dean Shizer also testified the nonprofit must receive fair terms when transacting with a for-profit affiliate. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, but fair terms aren't measured just in dollars and cents. It's also whether the for-profit affiliate is advancing the nonprofit's mission.
And if a nonprofit engaged in a transaction to transfer its IP to a for-profit affiliate, would you assume that it would get a fair market value or valuation?
Yes, it would be common to have a qualified independent appraisal of the nonprofit's IP contribution.
Is that consistent with your observations in this case?
Yes, my understanding is that in 2019, OpenAI obtained a valuation from Hemming Morse that put the value of the IP at $60.8 million. That would be consistent with custom and practice.
Was OpenAI required to license its IP to the for-profit entity rather than transfer its IP?
No, there are some instances in which the nonprofit licenses its IP to the for-profit affiliate and other instances in which it contributes its IP to the for-profit affiliate. And the choice between the two would depend upon what you're using the for-profit affiliate for. So in the OpenAI case, where the for-profit affiliate is being used to raise outside capital, you need to make the for-profit affiliate more valuable in order to get that outside capital. So a contribution would be entirely consistent with custom and practice.
Does a nonprofit custom and practice require a nonprofit to fund itself through charitable contributions first?
No, there's no donations first rule.
In your judgment, why would donations not be a adequate source of revenue in this case?
Well, most nonprofits are primarily funded by sources other than charitable contributions. In my study of the 100 largest public charities, overall, they received 12.9% of their revenue from charitable contributions. The vast majority was coming from other sources like program service fees, government grants, and also partnerships with for-profits. So most nonprofits aren't able to satisfy their capital needs through charitable contributions. And my understanding is OpenAI had perhaps greater capital needs than any nonprofit ever.
Granted, as to the form of the answer.
Your Honor, I think
you can ask a different question.
Understood. Professor Shizer pointed to an organization called Feeding America as an example. Are you familiar with his testimony on that?
Yes.
Why is Feeding America and allegedly $4.8 billion in charity not applicable to this case?
Feeding America is an extraordinary organization, but it doesn't raise $4.8 billion in what we typically think of as charitable contributions. I think that figure was from the 2024 Form 990. In 2024, Feeding America reported $287 million in fundraising. The bulk of that $4.8 billion, roughly $4.6 billion, came in the form of food that Feeding America picked up from restaurants that had leftovers and expiring food that it picked up from grocery stores. Here we're talking about powering a frontier artificial general intelligence model, which I don't think can be done on the basis of leftover food.
Have you taken a look, Professor Hemmel, at the certificate of incorporation for OpenAI's nonprofit?
Yes, I have.
And Mr. Skimper, can we get Plaintiff's Exhibit 16, which I understand is in evidence, Your Honor?
It is.
And could we go to the third paragraph entry in there? All right, Professor Hemmel, have you seen this before?
I have, yes.
And if we go to the paragraph beginning third, do you see a sentence where it says the corporation is not organized for the private gain of any person?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this type of language?
Yes, those precise words are required of nonprofits by California Corporation Code 5130. More generally, language of that sort is required by Treasury Regulation 1.501C3-1. This is important language, but it's boilerplate language in the Articles of Incorporation of virtually all public charities in the United States.
And so would you say there is language very similar to this with respect to all of these nonprofits that affiliate with for-profit companies?
Yeah, that language would generally appear in the certificates of incorporation of large public charities, or really all public charities. And the largest public charities almost all engage with the for-profit sector through for-profit affiliates.
Does nonprofit custom and practice prohibit a nonprofit or its affiliate from licensing intellectual property to a for-profit company?
Not at all. That's quite common. Again, I conducted a study of R1 research universities. So these are R1, tier 1 research universities. So to be an R1 research university, university has to spend more than $50 million on research. And OpenAI spends far more than $50 million a year on R&D. And I looked at whether these R1 research universities had licensed out their IP.
What did you find?
Of 148 R1 research universities that had responded to a survey by the Association of University Technology Managers, Association of University Technology Managers, 141 of the 148, so more than 95%, had licensed out IP within the previous year.
And in your experience, is it common that the licensing arrangements that nonprofits may enter into impose limitations on the use of the IP?
No, usually when a university, for example, licenses IP out to a pharmaceutical company, the university doesn't maintain any ongoing control over the pharmaceutical company's use of that IP.
Is that if, in fact, limits were placed on the use of the IP, in this case, by OpenAI, would that set it apart from standard licensing arrangements in your experience?
Yeah, that would go above and beyond custom and practice in terms of ensuring alignment between the use of the IP and the nonprofit's mission.
Professor Hemmel, if a nonprofit forms a for-profit affiliate, excuse me, and retains an equity interest in the for-profit affiliate, transfers IP to the for-profit for a fair value, and retains control over the board of the for-profit, in your judgment, has the nonprofit stolen a charity?
No, the nonprofit wouldn't have stolen the charity. The charity would remain there. The charity would have the assets. And if the products of the charity are freely available to all, then those haven't been stolen either.
A moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
All right. Cross, plaintiff. And can someone tell me, do we have other live witnesses after this? Okay. Mr.
Morning.
Molo, I'm going to let you go. Mr. Molo, 21 minutes on the clock.
Morning, members of the jury. Professor Hemmel. Your Honor, you have a copy of Professor Hemmel's deposition transcript, correct?
I do. Thank you.
Professor Hemmel, you looked at the OpenAI's Delaware Certificate of Incorporation, correct?
Yes.
And you called out some language that said the corporation is not organized for the private gain of any person, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that language doesn't appear anywhere in the OpenAI for-profit affiliates mission, correct?
No, that's language for the nonprofit, not for the for-profit.
Okay, thank you. And most of Microsoft's investment in this case was provided in the form of compute, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe 80% was in the form of compute and the rest was cash.
And Microsoft could have donated that compute to OpenAI just the same way as people donate food to Feeding America, right?
Sustained as to the form.
Professor Hemmel, you testified that you're being paid $1,750 per hour for your work in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were assisted in your work by Compass Lexicon, an expert consulting firm?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how much Compass Lexicon is being paid in this case, do you?
I don't, no.
Okay. So you don't know if Compass Lexicon's payment is contingent on the outcome of this case?
I don't know about Compass Lexicon's arrangement with.
So you don't know whether it depends on what you say today here while you're on the stand?
My compensation is not contingent upon what I say on the stand, but I have not been involved in Compass Lexicon's independent negotiations.
Yes, thank you. In your analysis, you focused on the contractual terms that govern the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't assess whether in practice OpenAI's day-to-day operations complied with those terms.
So we've been dealing with hypotheticals. I don't think you want to open a door, so I would rephrase.
Understood, Your Honor. In your analysis, you focused on hypothetical terms of the contractual relationship, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to talk a little bit now about I'll call it your top 100 analysis. You know what I'm referring to when I say that, right?
Sure.
Okay. You claim that those are the charities that are most like OpenAI?
Yes.
Right. And in fact, hospitals and universities dominate that list, right?
Yes. Hospitals and universities tend to be the largest nonprofits in the United States. They also do a lot of research.
Okay. And you said of those 100 nonprofits, 92 had a for-profit affiliate?
Yes.
Okay. None of those had a for-profit affiliate that received a $13 billion investment from a commercial partner, right?
A $13 billion investment, no. There were, in Hershey, the for-profit affiliates worth more than $30 billion, but no single for-profit partner made a $13 billion investment.
Thank you, Professor Hemmel. Of those 92, none involved a situation in which the nonprofit received 2% or less of the first $275 billion in profit generated by the for-profit affiliate, right?
Typically, the arrangement with for-profit affiliates is that the equity stakes are just proportionate to the equity contributions. So usually if it were a 2% contribution, then it would be a 2% equity stake. OpenAI is the only arrangement I know of where the for-profit investors initially had a capped equity stake rather than just a straight equity stake. So OpenAI is that arrangement's more favorable to the nonprofit than custom and practice.
And just to be clear, they got rid of that arrangement in 2025, right?
They converted their initial equity stake, which was they'd contributed just a small single digit, I think less than 1% of the total contribution to the for-profit affiliate, into more than a quarter of the for-profit affiliate.
Professor Hemmel, I think you might have misheard my question a little bit because I just asked whether they got rid of the capped profit arrangement. They got rid of the capped profit arrangement. Understood. My apologies, Madam Court Reporter.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
in exchange for an equity stake that was much larger than their proportionate contribution.
Of those 92 nonprofits that you looked at, none involved a situation in which a commercial investor in the for-profit affiliate had a contractual right to receive a 20% annual increase in its return on investment, correct?
Again, the cap structure is unusual in that it is more favorable to the nonprofit, less favorable to the for-profit than would be custom and practice. So the 20% increase in the target redemption amounts for the for-profit investors is just bringing this closer into alignment with custom and practice, but still more favorable to the nonprofit than would be typical.
So the answer to my question then is no, you cannot identify one of the 92 nonprofits that has that feature.
No, because typically the arrangement is more favorable to the for-profit affiliate than a situation where the for-profit investor has a capped, even a growing capped interest in the for-profit affiliate.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor? Professor Hebel, just a few more questions. Of the 100 nonprofits that you reviewed, can you identify a single one in which an individual working for the for-profit affiliate of the nonprofit has an equity stake in the for-profit affiliate that's worth approximately $30 billion?
Individual equity stakes are not reported on the Form 990 or the Schedule R, so there would be no way of me conducting that analysis.
So you can't identify one then. Can you identify one that has an employee with an equity stake in the for-profit affiliate that's worth $7 billion?
Again, individual equity stakes aren't reported on the Form 990. Custom and practice in nonprofit organizations is to evaluate compensation arrangements based on the value of the equity at the time of grant, not whether it ultimately becomes worth hundreds of millions or billions of dollars.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from Microsoft? No?
Questions from Microsoft?
Exam? Okay, Professor, you're excused.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the OpenAI defendant's called John Coates.
Okay, and we've got about 14 minutes for the break.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? Excuse me, sir. Please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm? Please say I do or I affirm. I do. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
John Carr Coates, Coates.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Coates. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Coates?
I am a professor of law and economics.
So I'll call you professor. What does your teaching and research focus on?
For the past 30 years, I have taught and researched and studied corporate governance, transactions, business transactions, including major financial transactions, and the functioning and operations of boards of directors for both profits and nonprofits.
Where do you work as a professor, Professor Coates?
I'm at Harvard. I teach in Harvard Law School as well as in Harvard Business School.
Did you prepare a demonstrative to walk through your experience?
I did.
If we could have a look at that. It's DDX 14. Professor, if you would describe for the jury the experience that's summarized on this slide.
Sure. Currently, I'm deputy dean at Harvard and a professor, as I said, of law and economics. In past years, I've had other roles. In 2021, I was the general counsel of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and for part of that year, oversaw the Division of Corporation Finance, which handles corporate governance and fraud involving public companies. Both before and a little after that role was over, I functioned as an independent monitor, working directly for the Department of Justice, but overseeing a globally systemic bank, one of the big banks that we all know and love from the financial crisis. And in that role, regularly interacted with the board of that company and the management of that company, with a view to reporting to the Department of Justice about how they were doing in maintaining and keeping up to date their compliance and controls. And then last listed there, back in 1997, I was a partner at Wachtell Lipton, your firm, before you got there. I worked for about 9 years from law school through the time I left, doing corporate governance and mergers and acquisitions at Wachtell.
Thank you, Professor. Have you written any books or articles on the subjects within your teaching interest?
Yes, as illustrated on the right there, I've at last count written approximately 120 or more publications in the fields that we just went over, both peer-reviewed and non-peer-reviewed in law journals, in finance and economics and accounting. I've also done case studies and a book and many book chapters.
Have you testified as an expert witness before, Professor?
I have many times in courtrooms like this. This is the first time in Oakland, but I've been in California before. I've also testified in the U.S. Senate, in the U.S. House of Representatives, again, just this past summer, and in many arbitrations as well.
Are you being compensated for your expert work in this case, Professor Coates?
I am. My current hourly billing rate is $2,400 per hour. I'm being paid that. And I'm also going eventually to derive a portion of my compensation for this from work that Analysis Group is doing to support me in this matter.
Thank you. Your Honor, we offer Professor Coates as an expert in corporate governance and financial and business transactions.
He's admitted.
Were you, Professor, retained by the OpenAI defendants to offer an expert opinion?
I was.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to reply to the portions of a report prepared by Professor Schisser, who testified here last week, that relate to corporate governance, to board functioning, and to corporate transactions, places where he was critical of OpenAI.
Let's start there with Professor Schisser's opinion, starting with the capped profit structure. So we can have a visual in front of us. I'd like to put on the screen DX 1313, which is a demonstrative. And if we could take a look, here we are at page 4. Professor, what's being shown on the left-hand side of this slide?
This is the target redemption amounts that's been referred frequently as a capped return structure that OpenAI put into place after setting up the for-profit and negotiating with Microsoft.
What is it up there at the very top?
So each of the rows on the left shows one of the investors in the for-profit. At the very top is the nonprofit itself. The nonprofit, as shown, gets a multiple of its investment of 100. There are other early investors at 100, Microsoft down below at 20, and then later at 6. And then at the very top, the nonprofit, importantly, also has all of the upside, anything over and beyond the target redemption amounts that are listed down below.
Thank you. Were you able to review Professor Schisser's testimony in this case?
Yes.
So you recall that he opined that the profit caps were too high?
I recall that he testified that, yes.
Do you agree with that opinion, Professor Coates?
I do not. I don't even really understand it in the sense that he provides no baseline or comparison, too high relative to what? He also ignores and never really addresses in his testimony the fact that the nonprofit had a total redemption multiple of 100, the highest, higher than any of the other investors in the structure, and equivalent to the other early investors, which he suggested somehow were getting too high of a return. And obviously much greater than the Microsoft total redemption multiple of 20, and then later 6 down below. He also never addressed, in reaching that conclusion, the very top line, the fact that the upside of this enterprise, the for-profit that's been put into place, which has generated enormous value both beyond the total redemption amounts leading up to the 2025 recapitalization, flowed to the nonprofit. So the nonprofit ended up being very well.
Overruled. Finish off your statement.
That's it. The nonprofit benefited enormously, so I do not understand his opinion.
I'd like to take a look at some testimony from Professor Shizer from last week at 1676, 11 through 14 of the trial transcript. You see here, Professor Coates, that Professor Shizer testified. So in 2023, the investment for Microsoft was a lot bigger and had been 1 billion and then 2 billion. And now they were taking 20, which was going to add 60 billion to the TRAs. And that's a lot. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you agree with Professor Shizer's testimony that an additional $60 billion to Microsoft's TRA was a lot?
I think the words "a lot" are vague. If all he means by that is 60 billion is a large amount of money, then yes. But to the extent he's implying that it's somehow out of line with the overall structure, he's wrong. 60 is 10, what they're investing, times 6. Which is exactly what they had agreed to in the prior round, and a lower multiple than the nonprofit got from its investment in the very same entity.
Did Professor Shizer say what TRA for Microsoft he thought would have been appropriate?
No, he did no financial analysis. He simply gave this opinion. He didn't come up with his own numbers. He never ran numbers, despite being critical of OpenAI about that.
We can take this down. Thank you. Professor Shizer also opined that the nonprofit would not fare well under the capped profit structure. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you agree with that opinion, sir?
I do not.
Tell the jury why.
Fundamentally, it has in fact fared well. It had fared very well even as early as last fall when he wrote his first report, and it's continued to fare well in the time since. It's generated value for the nonprofit that I believe he himself accepted was in the $200 billion range in his own testimony. If that's not faring well, I don't know what faring well is. I don't know of any nonprofit, I don't know of any for-profit that has generated that high of a return over that amount of time with the kinds of activities that OpenAI has been engaged in.
And do you recall, Professor, what the investment value was that generated that $200 billion equity stake?
Yes, as we heard earlier today, the intellectual property that was contributed by OpenAI at the time the for-profit was created was valued at $50 to $60 million by a third party that came in and did that valuation. So you took 60 million and you grew it into 200 billion with a B. And those growth patterns are very rare.
Let's take a look at DDX 15.1. Professor Coates, do you recognize this slide?
Yes, this is a pie chart.
What is it?
Yep, sorry.
No.
Slow down, somebody wrote here. This is a pie chart that I understand Professor Shizer used in his, or had used. I think he said the lawyers prepared this for him.
And what do you understand this to describe in Professor Shizer's contemplation?
I believe it was his attempt to depict the distribution of value among the investors in the for-profit.
And in your opinion, is this pie chart an accurate reflection of that distribution or allocation?
No, it is, in my opinion, a very misleading picture of the distribution of value in the for-profit.
And why is that, sir?
Because you'll see the little blue and white dotted slice there, the tiny, tiny slice of the pie, is connected to the word residual, and that's the upside in the company. That tininess of that slice is based on just an assumption that he pulls out of nowhere to create this chart. In fact, the value is significantly greater than that.
Did you prepare a demonstrative to illustrate this point?
Yes, I did.
And let's take a look at DDX 15.2, please. What does this show, Professor Coates?
So this is essentially the same pie chart using the underlying data that I believe Professor Schisser used as well to reproduce what we just saw, and then to focus in on what he says is the nonprofit's share of the value of the for-profit.
And it is your view that this this depiction is accurate or inaccurate?
No, as I just said, I think this is inaccurate. I prepared my own slide, which we can, I think, put up next. Yes, there you go. So that's the actual value. I don't understand, frankly, how he thought the prior slide was a fair representation of anything, much less current reality after the 2025 recapitalization, in which the nonprofit share in blue is 29-ish%. It can vary a little bit depending on how you count different parts of the capital structure, but not much. It's going to be between 25 and 35% no matter how you do it. It's not a tiny slice. This very large pie, they have a very large slice of.
But let me ask you this, Professor Schisser, you'd agree, wouldn't, Professor Coates, I should say, you'd agree that if the 2023 $10 billion Microsoft investment hadn't happened, the nonprofit stake would be worth even more?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not sure what the objection is.
Leading, Your Honor.
Okay, sustained. And it's about time for the break, so whenever it's time.
Let me just ask this question. I'll change the form. So do you believe that if the 2023 $10 billion Microsoft investment hadn't happened, the nonprofit stake would be worth even more?
Objection, Your Honor. This is getting outside the scope.
All right, why don't we go ahead and take a break, talk to the lawyers. All right, we'll stand in recess with the jury. Our second break.
Please rise for the jury.
To reflect the jury is gone. Mr. Hawes, are you telling me that's not in his report?
I believe it's...
Is it in the report or not?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Of what Dean Schisser testified to.
So what?
He's a rebuttal expert, Your Honor, so his opinion needs to be limited to what Dean Schisser testified to.
Is it in the report or not? So hold on. Where is it in the report?
It's not in the report, Your Honor. However, Dean Schisser testified to exactly this issue. So it is rebutting what he said on the stand.
I see.
If I may, Your Honor. Dean Schisser issued a report, and Professor Coates had every opportunity to respond to that report. The fact that he didn't do so, he should...
Go ahead.
Because Dean Schisser issued his report, Professor Coates issued a rebuttal report. He had an opportunity to include this opinion in that rebuttal report if he wanted to. He didn't do so, and he shouldn't be allowed to testify to it here.
He testified about matters that were quite different and beyond the scope in his testimony. This is directly responsive to what he said in that chair a week ago.
If you elicited it, I'm going to allow him to just have a brief one statement to rebut. So if it wasn't in your report and it's not in his report, he's going to rebut it. All right. Take your break. 20 minutes.
Court is in recess.
No, you can step. Okay, we're back on the record. The record will reflect that the jury is not here. But I have both lawyers at the podiums, sir.
If I could be heard briefly on the point that we were discussing just before, I just wanted to clarify a few things. In paragraphs 118 and...
Oh, slow down, guys.
Thank you.
And I don't have the report.
Sorry.
Well, I can get it. Hold on.
We're looking for a copy for you too, Your Honor. It's page 36 of Dean Schizer's opening report, paragraph 118, and then moving on to paragraph 119 at page 37.
Which report? The rebuttal or the primary?
His primary report, Your Honor.
Okay.
In those two paragraphs of the report, Professor Shizer makes the very basic point that if the TRAs go up, the residual goes down. That's all that the graphic that he put in his demonstrative was intended to show. His testimony from the trial transcript.
So I'd like the answer to the question. That is, he's giving the alternative view of that graphic. And I think I'd like to know the answer. I think the jury would like to know the answer. So the objection is overruled.
Thank you.
Call in the jury. And when were these demonstratives exchanged, if at all?
Exchanged.
When were they exchanged?
They were exchanged like last night at 5 p.m.
Last night at 5 p.m.?
Yeah, yesterday.
The demonstratives were exchanged last night at 5 p.m. Point being, if there was an issue, we should have talked about it this morning. We're not going to wait any longer. Okay. Are we good to go? You may all be seated. All right, the jury is back. You may proceed.
Professor Coates, had the 2023 $10 billion Microsoft investment not happened, do you agree that the nonprofit stake would be worth even more today?
I don't believe that I do.
And would you explain for the jury why that is the case?
The $10 billion investment, the money that it brought, the credibility that it brought, and the computing resources that we've heard about at this trial that it brought, enabled, I don't think there's any question about this, enable the for-profit to grow. Without those resources, it would not have been able to grow the way that it has. Had it, I suppose it could have turned to a different for-profit and done exactly the same thing, but then we would have the same set of issues. I think Professor Schizer's idea was that they would simply not take investments of that kind, and I don't believe he's provided any basis for believing that there was any way for the nonprofit through the for-profit to grow through philanthropy, for example.
Is the issue one of thinking about the size of the pie and the size of the slice?
Yes, I think the way Professor Shizer was framing the issue, and I don't disagree with this. If all he's saying is, had they not taken an outside investment, then they would have had a bigger slice. That's true. But then the pie would have been significantly smaller. It would have been a lot closer to the amount that they invested initially. And frankly, I personally would rather have a 30% share of a pie that's so big that that's worth $200 billion than have a very large share of a much smaller pie.
Thank you. Professor Shizer, you'll recall, testified that the nonprofit could have licensed its IP to the for-profit instead of contributing it. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
In a technical sense, it's true. legally you can enter into a license. But as a practical matter, had the for-profit only gotten a license, then I don't believe it could have attracted the kind of investment it attracted from a for-profit like Microsoft. The difference between a license and contribution is very significant to a potential investor in the company to which it's either being licensed or contributed. And the reason, just one quick one, is if you simply license it, then ownership stays up with the nonprofit, and they can turn to other parties and they can engage with other parties with the same IP. If it's in the for-profit where the investment is concentrated, then that's where the further work would have to be done.
Thank you, Professor. And you'll recall that Professor Shizer offered the opinion that the 2025 recapitalization weakened the control of the nonprofit over the for-profit. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have an opinion on that testimony, sir?
It's wrong. The nonprofit retains full control over the board.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the testimony that Professor Shizer gave.
Okay. Where is it in the report?
Between paragraphs 262, 263, and 264. And it's also in the Coates report at paragraph 78.
That's what I'm asking for. 78 of the rebuttal?
Yes, and it also 71 and 72.
Your Honor, I could perhaps make it easy. I don't dispute that it's in the report. He did not testify about the nonprofit exercising control over the PBC when he took the stand in the case.
Okay, did he? I thought you were referencing testimony.
Yes. I think I am referencing here the report that he tendered.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Thank you, Professor. No more questions.
Cross.
See if I can get the microphone to work here. Good afternoon, Professor Coates. My name is Eric Nitz. I represent the plaintiff in this case. You were retained as an expert by OpenAI's lawyers from Wachtell Lipton, right?
I've worked primarily with Wachtell. I believe I was retained formally by OpenAI.
Okay, and OpenAI is represented by Wachtell Lipton.
Correct.
Okay. And as you testified, you were a partner at Wachtell Lipton for 9 years?
No.
I'll withdraw the question. You were a lawyer at Wachtell Lipton for about 9 years.
Correct. I was a partner ending in 1997 for about a year and I think a half, something like that.
And you were hired by Wachtell Lipton as an expert in 2 other cases against Elon Musk or one of his companies, correct?
I don't mean to quibble. It's not quite right. In one case, Twitter hired me. Wachtell worked with Twitter and I worked with Wachtell. In another case, Wachtell hired me and I worked with their counsel in that case.
And in the case where Twitter hired you, Twitter was suing Elon Musk, correct?
Yes.
And in the case where Wachtell hired you, they were suing X Corp?
I honestly don't remember the direction of the caption. It might have been X Corp suing Wachtell, or it might have been Wachtell suing X Corp.
Okay, but it was against X Corp, and that's a company that's owned by Elon Musk.
You know, I was asked this at my deposition. I don't 100% know because it's a private company now. I believe, certainly the reporting is that he continues to control it, but I don't actually know the ownership.
Wachtell Lipton has hired you as an expert in at least 3 other cases, right?
I believe I've worked both for and against Wachtell in roughly 3 to 5 cases over the past 10 years, as well as all kinds of other law firms.
And you testified that you're being paid $2,400 an hour to work as an expert witness with Wachtell Lipton.
As I am doing in many other cases, including some of Mr. Musk's other lawyers.
So it's fair to say you've made hundreds of thousands of dollars working as an expert for Wachtell Lipton over the course of your career?
I mean, if you count the money I made as a lawyer there, certainly, and then if you add the money that I've made as an expert working directly for them in the dispute with X Corp, I believe that was in the $200,000 total range. And then working for their clients, or just to be clear, companies that they're suing, where they're involved on the other side of the case, yes, absolutely.
And in one of your cases where you were working with Wachtell Lipton, the court actually prohibited you from giving an opinion because it found you lacked sufficient knowledge or experience to render that opinion, right?
No, you, I think, are mixing up two different Twitter cases. In the case I worked with Wachtell, Mr. Musk signed a contract to buy Twitter and then tried to get out of it. That case, I never was deposed, and the case settled because Mr. Musk went forward with the transaction before there was a trial.
If
the other case, the one that I think you're referring to, I was not working with Wachtell.
If we could pull up what's been marked for identification as Plaintiff's Exhibit 461. You see the caption there is In Re Twitter Inc. Securities Litigation, Professor Coates?
Correct. This is the other case where Wachtell was not involved.
He's on
I'm sorry.
very short clock.
Yep.
If we could turn to page 20, please. And if we look at lines 17 to 21, the court writes, the court concludes that the testimony at issue is subject to exclusion, both because the determination of whether a certain cleaning or retrieval process, cleaning or retrieval process was in place for Twitter's metrics is reserved exclusively for the jury. And then there's a case site, and then it goes on. And because Coates lacks sufficient knowledge or experience to render an opinion on this subject. So the court excluded your opinion because it concluded you lacked sufficient knowledge or experience, correct?
I don't believe that's a complete statement. That is true. You've quoted correctly.
Thank you, Professor
You've not
Coates.
quoted the part of the same ruling that allowed my custom and practice testimony to come in, which constituted the bulk of the testimony that I was offered for in that case.
Thank you. I think the record's clear that the court did exclude one of your opinions in that case. You've only sat on one nonprofit board, and that was a long time ago, right?
Correct. I'm in part of the Harvard leadership, but I'm not on the Harvard board.
And that experience on the board a long time ago didn't inform your opinions in this case, right?
No, the one that you're referring to was when I was very young. It was a startup nonprofit that I helped start with some friends from law school to do charitable work.
Thank you, Professor Coates.
That did not inform my opinions today.
I don't mean to cut you off, but as the judge noted, I'm on a little bit of a clock here. And so I'd appreciate a yes or no answer to a yes or no question. You've never written any books or articles on nonprofit governance.
Not specific to nonprofits. However, I have written articles about governance, which do span nonprofits.
And you've never testified as an expert before on standards and practices for nonprofit governance.
Not stated that way, no.
Under the 2023 agreement, the TRAs would increase by 20% per year on top of inflation, starting in 2025, correct?
No, that's no longer operative.
I'm asking, under that agreement, the TRAs would increase by 20% per year.
They would have.
Thank you. If the TRAs all increase by 20%, that reduces the amount of residual that gets paid to the nonprofit, correct?
It's complicated because the value derived from the increase would have to take into account the size of the pie. And so you actually can't answer that question in the abstract.
Well, the residual is what's paid after all the TRAs are paid, correct?
Correct.
And if the TRAs go up, the residual necessarily has to go down.
No, because if the TRAs are going up over time and the value of the company is going up over time, then in fact, the total value of the residual could also go up as it has.
Let me ask you this. All else equal, if The TRAs go up, the residual goes down.
Again, you're asking me a very highly artificial hypothetical. Mathematically, if you freeze everything in place, then yes, that's correct. But that's not actually what happened.
You didn't do any analysis to determine whether that 20% increase was commercially justified, correct?
I did. I read everything that Professor Shizer said and wrote about, and I analyzed his analysis, and I brought to bear my experience in reaching the conclusion that it was a perfectly reasonable business transaction for the for-profit to put into place.
Professor Coates, you wrote an expert report in this case, correct?
I did.
And that report contained your entire analysis?
No, it contained the entire analysis as of the date of the report, which was after Professor Shizer's first report, but before his second report and before his testimony in this case.
And just to be clear, Professor Shizer talked about the 20% TRA increase in his first report, right?
He did. So did I in my rebuttal.
And in your rebuttal, the only mention of the 20% TRA increase is in one background paragraph in paragraph 20.
I haven't memorized my report with that level of specificity. I don't actually think that's true because I do have a figure and a table which reflect the TRAs, including the total structure of the TRAs over time.
And that figure doesn't take account of the 20% increase in 2025, does it?
Because we never got to 2025.
Thank you, Professor Coates. Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
No, I think you probably are done here.
Thank you, Judge.
Microsoft.
No question for Microsoft.
Any rebuttal or re-examination?
Thank you.
You two are very short.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm on a clock too. Professor Coates, a couple of quick questions. Thank you. Counsel made reference to your previous employment at the Wachtell Lipton firm. You recall that?
Yes.
That was about 30 years ago.
Correct.
It was so long ago that you and I never even overlapped at the firm, and I'm an old guy.
We did not overlap at all.
And in the years since, you've often been on the other side of Wachtell Lipton in litigation. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And have you worked for both defendants and plaintiffs as an expert?
Across a whole range of cases on both sides, correct.
Do you work for a wide range of law firms and clients in that capacity?
I do. I work for dozens of law firms, including Quinn Emanuel, which is Mr. Musk's primary outside law firm.
Objection, Your Honor.
Now, counsel made reference to your work in a Twitter case. Do you recall that?
I do.
That case was from 2020.
Correct.
Mr. Musk didn't even own Twitter until 2022. Isn't that right? Or 2023?
That's right. At the time of that case, he had no connection to Twitter.
And counsel suggested that the Wachtell Lipton firm was somehow involved in that lawsuit?
They were not. You were not.
Was Wachtell Lipton involved in that lawsuit at all?
No.
So the suggestion that was inaccurate, correct?
Correct.
Did any of all this have anything to do with the substance of your opinions?
No. I am confident I would give you the same opinions without regard to any of the things you just asked me about.
Nothing more. Thank you.
Okay. Professor, you are excused. Let me see the lawyers at sidebar, please. Not you, the primary lawyers. What are you going to do? I'm sure you will. That guy. Okay, next witness.
Your Honor, the OpenAI defendants call Louis Dudney.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand to the sworn, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or so you affirm. Please say, I do, or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
My name is Louis Dudney, and my last name is spelled Dudney.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dudney.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic accountant.
And what does a forensic accountant do?
Forensic accountants study financial and accounting information to try and help juries or courts understand the implications of that in a litigated case, most typically.
And how long have you worked as a forensic accountant, sir?
37 years.
Mr. Dudney, I understand that you've prepared a slide with some of your qualifications. Would it be helpful to put that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, this is DDX 10. Mr. Dudney, do you hold any advanced degrees?
Yes, I have a BBA with a concentration in accounting.
And where did you get that degree, sir?
From William & Mary.
Do you hold any certifications relevant to your work as a forensic accountant?
I do. I hold two. One is that I'm a licensed and certified public accountant. And then I also am recognized by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants as certified in financial forensics.
Has a court ever qualified you as a forensic accounting expert, Mr. Dudney?
Many times.
How many times throughout your career have you been offered testimony, financial testimony in a case in which you applied forensic accounting principles?
Over 75 times.
Were you retained by counsel for the OpenAI defendants in this case?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment, Mr. Dudney, at a high level?
At a high level, it was to determine when the various donations or contributions that were claimed by Mr. Musk were made. It was to determine when those donations were spent for the cash donations. And then it was also to determine how that money was used.
Mr. Dudney, did you bill for your time spent on that assignment?
I did.
And what was the rate that you charged?
$1,475 per hour.
And is that your customary rate, Mr. Dudney?
It is.
Did you review any documents or other materials to help form the opinions you're prepared to offer today, sir?
A number of documents, yes.
Again, at a high level, recognizing that we're on a clock, could you describe the kinds of documents you looked at?
Sure. I looked at tax returns. I looked at bank statements. I looked at underlying accounting records, which are referred to as the general ledger. I looked at contemporaneous correspondence. I looked at agreements such as lease agreements, invoices, things of that nature.
I see. And you mentioned the general ledger. That was the general ledger for which entity, sir?
It's for OpenAI.
The nonprofit?
Yes, OpenAI Inc.
Are the opinions you're prepared to offer today based on recognized principles of accounting?
Yes.
And did you reliably apply those principles to form your opinion, sir?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we would offer Mr. Dudney as an expert in forensic accounting.
Isn't any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Please admit.
Okay. Mr. Dudney, you said that you reviewed Mr. Musk's financial contributions to the OpenAI nonprofit, correct?
Yes, I did.
According to your analysis, how much money did Mr. Musk contribute to OpenAI Inc.?
Approximately $37.799 million.
And I believe you've prepared a slide, which is already on the screen, of the categories of contributions you saw. Is that correct?
Yes, this slide is a summary of the contributions that I was able to identify.
And that's DDX 11, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were the contributions that Mr. Musk provided to OpenAI all of the same kind?
No.
What sorts of contributions did Mr. Musk make to OpenAI based on your analysis?
So I've grouped them on this slide into three categories. The first category, which represents $25 million worth of contributions, is referred to here as quarterly contributions. The second category, which equals approximately 12.5 million, that relates to what are described as rent-related contributions. And then the third category is $262,400 related to 4 Tesla cars and an upgrade or some upgrades to one of those cars. And that's an in-kind contribution, meaning non-cash.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you. I'd like to just talk in a little bit more detail with you, Mr. Dudney, about the cash contributions. And to do that, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce into evidence DX 1304. It's a summary exhibit that's been stipulated. Okay, I need to hand it up to Mr. Quinco.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we can put that up, Bronze. Mr. Dudney, you've seen this exhibit before?
Yes.
Okay, what does it show?
It shows the cash contributions demonstrating both the size of those contributions and the timing of those contributions. And it differentiates between the first two categories of contributions that were made in cash that I just discussed a moment ago.
And just for the jury's benefit again, what are those two categories that are on this slide?
So the green bars to the left-hand side that are significantly larger, those are the quarterly contributions, which equal $25 million. And then the smaller, more frequent red bars at the bottom, those are the rent-related monetary contributions that I identified.
And Mr. Dudney, if you could, did your analysis reveal an answer to the following question? Why are some of the green bars larger than others?
Yes, it's simply a timing issue. And so you can see that if you look at the bottom, you'll see that some of the green bars are stacked on little red bars, and in other cases they're not. And so that affects, if you look at the top, where the total funding, if you will, of both the green bars and the red bars would fall. But it's just simply a presentation question.
And focusing now on the red bars, how did you determine, sir, that the red bars were all rent-related contributions?
So I looked at a variety of documents, starting with the lease agreement that was signed. I looked at a sublease agreement related to these payments. I looked at rent invoices. I looked at cash contributions, which from a timing perspective and an amount perspective were consistent with the lease payments that were called for under the agreement. And then I also looked at the payments that OpenAI made to the landlord to understand that there was a relationship, if you will, between all of these things, demonstrating that the payments that OpenAI was making were rent-related, and that these contributions that are shown here were rent-related contributions.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Drilling down just one more layer, Mr. Dudney, I'd like to talk briefly about the quarterly donations in particular.
Okay.
Based on your analysis, where did OpenAI Inc. put Mr. Musk's quarterly donations?
Into the business checking account that OpenAI had opened.
And did OpenAI Inc. maintain a separate checking account for Mr. Musk's donations?
No, not a separate one, just for Mr. Musk's donations.
Okay, and what other sorts of funds flowed into that checking account?
So there were donations from other entities that went to that checking account. And then that checking account also was the primary source for payments that OpenAI made to pay various vendors and bills that it had to pay in operating its business.
Now, Mr. Dudney, you testified earlier that part of your assignment was figuring out when the nonprofit spent Mr. Musk's donations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did the fact that OpenAI Inc. put all of Mr. Musk's donations into the same checking account as other donations affect that analysis in any way?
It did.
And how was that, sir?
So when monies from different sources are put into the same account, accountants will describe that as a commingling of funds. And so there were monies from not just Mr. Musk, but also from other donors that were put into the same account, which is a normal practice, but it commingles the money from that perspective. So that impacts then the sort of analysis that I engage in.
And did you engage in any particular accounting analysis to sort through the commingling you just described?
I did.
And what was that analysis that you did?
So accountants refer to the type of analysis that I did as a FIFO analysis, and that's an acronym. It's FIFO, and it stands for first in, first out. And essentially what it means is that just like if you stand in line at a restaurant to get in, the first person in the line gets in first, the second person gets in second, and so forth. And so it's a way to consider the timing of when the monies were donated to OpenAI.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dudney. Why did you decide to use FIFO in this particular analysis?
So there were a couple of reasons. One is that I had detailed data, transaction level data with respect to OpenAI's funding, its expenditures, and how the timing of all that related to one another in actuality. So that was a first important determination because you need detailed data to do the analysis I did. Second, it's because the periods that I looked at primarily, which were 2016 and 2017, OpenAI was very much a startup company at that point. And so it didn't, in the first day, it didn't have any funding. And so it was clear as I looked at the data that the company would go out and get some funding, spend that, get some funding. As it got low, get some more, et cetera. And one might use the analogy of it was in the early days living paycheck to paycheck in that regard.
And Mr. Dudney, I understand that you created a slide to show the phenomenon you were just describing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, would be helpful to put that up?
Please.
Okay, let's do that, please. And this will be DDX 12. What is this chart, Mr. Dudney?
So this is simply a line graph of the balance of OpenAI's checking account. And so it covers a 2-year period from January 2016 through December 2017. And on the left-hand side, you can see the balance in millions of dollars. And it just simply shows how that balance went up and then would go down in what I would call a sawtooth pattern over this 2-year period.
And did this checking account, or at least this representation of the balance of the checking account, include all of the donations OpenAI received during this period?
All of the cash donations, yes.
In other words, just to be clear, not limited to Mr. Musk, correct?
Correct. This would include donations by others during this time period as well.
And Mr. Dudney, when you looked at this chart and you were thinking about the best way to do your analysis, did you draw any conclusions from what you observed?
Yes, this actual funding, then spending, then funding, then spending pattern was consistent with my use of a FIFO methodology for purposes of analyzing how Mr. Musk's donations were used.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. Dudney, you also testified that ultimately you were asked to figure out when Mr. Musk's quarterly donations had been spent, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Based on your application of the FIFO analysis, were you able to isolate the balance of Mr. Musk's quarterly contributions to OpenAI as distinct from donations from others?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we have a slide that you've prepared, correct, on that subject, sir?
That's correct.
Would it be helpful to put that up?
Please.
Great. Let's do that. And this is DDX 13.1. Are you familiar with this chart, Mr. Dudney?
Yes, I am.
And what does it depict?
This depicts the results of my FIFO analysis as it relates to the use of the Musk-related quarterly cash donations. And so this shows the balance of that element of OpenAI's cash funding.
And Mr. Dudney, you'll see in June of 2016, the balance begins to increase. And I'm wondering if you could focus your attention there and just to briefly explain to the jury what's happening at that point in the chart.
So if we look at the bottom of the chart and we just start looking from left to right, you'll see that the line, the blue line or the main line is 0 until it hits roughly June of 2016. Then there's a small little stair step there. And that is the recognition of the first contribution that is made related to Mr. Musk for $500,000. Then you'll see another stair step take you up to about $5.5 million. And that is recognition of the second significant quarterly contribution that was made of $5 million.
And then, Mr. Dudney, what happened after that over the next several months in 2016?
So what happens then is you see a stair step going down, and I'll try and use the telescope. Oh, there it is. You'll see that where the red line was just superimposed. That shows the usage of that funding that was provided by Mr. Musk based on my application of a FIFO analysis. And so you see funding, and then you see usage of that funding, and that you see that pattern then repeating itself over time.
And Mr. Dudney, if I could now focus you on the period around May of 2017, May to July of 2017. Again, briefly, could you explain to the jury what you observed based on your analysis in that time period?
So from May to July of 2017, you'll see the line goes to 0. And the reason that it goes to 0 during that period is because all of the previous funding that Mr. Musk had provided had been used. And so what's happening during that period is OpenAI is funding itself with the most recent funding that it had received from another donor other than Mr. Musk. And that's why they were able to operate in that window, for example, despite not having Musk-related money.
And then the line changes again in July 2017, correct?
Correct.
And what is happening at that point, Mr. Dudney?
Mr. Musk makes what is his last quarterly contribution for $5 million.
Thank you. And then from that point, Mr. Dudney, over the next several months, the line is flat. Am I reading this correctly?
Yes.
And can you explain why that is, sir?
Essentially, Mr. Musk's money is waiting in line, if you will, until the previously donated money is used for purposes of my analysis. So you'll see that $5 million balance reflects that concept of Mr. Musk's money waiting in line until the just previous donor's money is used up.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies, Your Honor. My apologies. And then what happens after that, Mr. Dudney?
So you see then a very steep decline taking place after that flat area that is highlighted with the red arrow. And that steep decline is, again, just simply the usage of Mr. Musk's last donation by OpenAI. And the reason that it's so steep is because OpenAI is spending more month to month. And so it eats through that funding quite quickly.
And Mr. Dudney, to sort of land the plane here, based on your forensic accounting analysis and application of FIFO, when did you determine that OpenAI Inc. Completed spending Mr. Musk's final quarterly donation?
November of 2017.
And we can take that down. Thank you. Just a few final questions, Mr. Dudney. You also explained that you were asked to analyze the manner in which the nonprofit spent Mr. Musk's to analyze the manner in which the nonprofit spent Mr. Musk's quarterly donations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you go about doing that work, Mr. Dudney?
So in part, it was having looked at all of the detailed transactions that made up the analysis that was just described. I also looked at then financial statement information to understand how the company itself, OpenAI, categorized all the detailed transactions that I had been analyzing.
See, and did you look at anything other than the financial statements to do that analysis?
I looked at the financial statements and the underlying transactions as well.
And when you looked at those financial records, Mr. Dudney, what did you observe?
I observed that there were several primary categories, if you will, of how the money was spent by OpenAI.
And from an accounting perspective, were those expenses categorized in any way?
They're, with respect to a nonprofit, they're called functional expenses. And that's just accounting terminology to describe expenses related to the business conduct, if you will, of the not-for-profit.
And again, just in summary form, Mr. Dudney, what were the categories of functional or operating expenses that you saw OpenAI using its funds on in 2016 and 2017?
So the primary categories were compute, which has been talked about as other witnesses have been mentioning. It was salaries and compensation. It was for professional fees and related sorts of expenses like that.
Thank you, Mr. Dudney. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Cross my flames.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dudney. Walter Hawes for the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawes.
Mr. Dudney, you testified that $37 million and roughly $800,000 of Mr. Musk's claimed contributions were in fact received by OpenAI, correct?
That's correct.
And those funds were important to OpenAI successfully running its business, correct?
They were certainly a significant portion of the early funding of his business.
Okay, and you testified about how those funds were spent.
Yes.
And OpenAI spent those funds on salaries for the engineers and other employees?
Yes.
And it also spent those funds on the compute that it used to develop its AI software, right?
That's correct.
Now, that software, that intellectual property, was a valuable asset for the nonprofit, right?
I can't comment on to what extent there was intellectual property that was developed at that point in time.
Okay, and the nonprofit later transferred that software that it developed with Mr. Musk's funds to the for-profit.
Objection beyond the scope.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. Mr. Dudney, you testified that OpenAI commingled Mr. Musk's donations with other donations, correct?
That's correct.
And because OpenAI commingled his donations in a single account, you can't actually determine with specificity and certainty when Elon's contributions were spent versus the contributions from the other donors, correct?
You can't specifically tie specific dollars. You have to apply one of the forensic accounting techniques that I talk about.
Thank you. So that's a yes, right? That you can't determine with certainty what Elon's contributions were spent on, right?
Not specific expenses. You have to, as I said, apply the approach that I did.
And you used a method called FIFO, right? First in, first out.
That's correct.
And that's what you call a financial tracing method, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And there are numerous other financial tracing methods that exist, right?
That's correct.
Now, FIFO, the one you used, assumes that the first money into an account is the first money out of the account, right?
That's correct.
But another financial tracing method is last in, first out, or LIFO. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And under the LIFO method, one assumes that the last money in is the first money out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And both of those are commonly used financial tracing methods, right?
They're both well known, yes.
Thank you. And if you applied LIFO here, you would not have gotten the same result regarding when Mr. Musk's contributions were spent, would you?
As a matter of just mathematic application of it, the answer is no. I don't think it's the right one, but no, you would not.
And under the LIFO method, if that's what you applied here, you would conclude that OpenAI would not have spent the $25 million that you analyzed until sometime after November 17th, right? You would have concluded that OpenAI did not spend the $25 million that you analyzed until sometime after November 2017, correct?
Well, I wouldn't apply LIFO, but if one did apply LIFO, it would give you a different answer and it would be later in time than what I concluded.
Thank you. Now, your FIFO analysis that you did perform, you focused on only the $25 million that you call the quarterly contributions, right?
That's correct.
And your analysis, therefore, didn't analyze the more than $12 million that Mr. Musk contributed in rent, right?
Not using FIFO, I used a different approach with respect to the rent because of the data available.
Correct. So your FIFO analysis did not include that amount.
That's correct. The FIFO analysis was with respect to the $25 million of quarterly contributions.
And if you had included the other amounts that you did not include, you would have come to the conclusion that the contributions were not spent until sometime after September 2020. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question because I did do an analysis of the rent-related payments, and I drew conclusions as to when those took place from a time period perspective. So I wouldn't have included them in a FIFO analysis given the data that I had.
I understand that you did not include them in the FIFO analysis. My question is, if you had included the rent-related contributions in the FIFO analysis, your conclusion under that analysis would be that Mr. Musk's contributions had not been spent until sometime after September 20.
Just mathematically, that's correct.
Thank you. No further, course intelligence. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Dudney.
Thank you.
Okay, anything from Microsoft?
Nothing from Microsoft.
Your Honor, 60 seconds, if I may.
I'll give you 60, you're already over.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dudney, very briefly, why did you not use the LIFO methodology?
Well, I concluded that it was a inappropriate methodology given the pattern that one can easily see that was in actuality taking place. This was a startup company. It would fund itself, make payments with that funding, then seek additional funding. And that is a first in, first out demonstration if I've ever seen it. And so that was very impactful to my determination was the nature of the company and seeing its actual transactional activity.
And based on your 37 years of experience as a forensic accountant, do you have any doubt that FIFO was the appropriate methodology here?
None whatsoever.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything on that?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing from Microsoft?
Nothing from Microsoft.
All right, Mr. Dudney, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
OpenAI rest.
Yes, Your
Honor. Microsoft.
Yes, Your Honor.
No rebuttal case. All right.
Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode on While We Were Distracted.